Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Fairfax Town Council for Wednesday, November 1st, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. here in the Fairfax Women's Club and on Zoom. We will call this meeting to order and begin with a Pledge of Allegiance, if you all could join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Christine, could we get a roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
I'm here.
Councilmember Hellman.
Here.
Councilmember Blash.
Here.
Vice Mayor Kohler.
Here.
And Mayor Cutrano.
Present.
All present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will move to approval of the agenda. I just have one amendment, friendly amendment, which would be to actually move the proclamation, item 19, the proclamation in support of United Against Hate Week. I think we have someone in the room to accept the proclamation, so I'd love to be able to do that and get them out of here in a timely manner. Great.
I'll second that. When did you want it moved to?
Yeah, Councilmember Hellman, she seconded it. I guess if that was my motion with that friendly amendment, and then we'll move it right after or right before open time for public expression, if that's okay. Great. Okay, so there's a motion, Cutrano, second, Hellman. Could I get a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Blash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler.
Yes.
Mayor Cutrano.
Yes.
All ayes.
Thank you very much. I'll now read the land acknowledgement. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging. I'll now read the meeting protocol. The mayor shall maintain order at the meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. And please silence your cellular devices at this time. The town council will review the agenda at 10 p.m. to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. Any items not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend that rule. One additional piece, which I also read at our last regular town council meeting, is that, before we move into opportunities for public comment this evening, on behalf of the town council, I'd like to remind our community that in recent months, there have been issues at several public agencies around California, here in Marin, here in the Bay Area, where anonymous individuals taking advantage of the remote feature of public meetings to engage in disruptive, irrelevant, or illegal comments have occurred. They have launched these attacks at numerous public agency meetings in the last month. And again, I'd like to be clear that the town of Fairfax does not condone hate speech in any form. Hate has no place here. Equity and inclusion are part of our core values, and we continually strive to make life better for all members of our community and to create an atmosphere where everyone feels a sense of safety and belonging. With that in mind, I'll interrupt any comments that are disruptive to the orderly conduct of our meeting in violation of our policies or the law, any comments that incite violence or are not under the council's subject matter jurisdiction and are not relevant to the item being discussed. At the first instance of that, I'll issue a warning, and continued disruption of the meeting will result in a disconnection of the ability to transmit sound. And if in person, it may result in removal from the room. And we apologize for any inconvenience. However, we feel it's imperative to take these steps to preserve remote participants' opportunity to speak while maintaining a safe environment that is in conformance with the law and our policies and allows us to conduct our meeting without disruption and get the work of the town done, get the business done here. So we ask anyone that wishes to speak, again, to do so with civility, respect, and kindness for others. And we actually have an item on our consent calendar later this evening that will enshrine what I was just speaking about, that was brought by one of my colleagues, as other agencies are trying to get a handle on some of the disruptive Zoom behavior. So thank you very much with that. We will now move to, I guess, the item we moved up, item 19, which is a proclamation in support of United Against Hate Week. And I will, I can read the proclamation. Thank you, Vice Mayor Kohler. So the Town of Fairfax proclamation in support of United Against Hate Week, November 12th through 18th, 2023. Whereas the Town of Fairfax stands for diversity, inclusivity, and respect for all, irrespective of race, ethnicity, religion, gender, sexual orientation, disability, or any characteristic. And whereas we reject hate, discrimination, and violence, aiming for a prejudice-free community. And whereas we collectively promote acceptance, respect and tolerance, and unity, enabling residents to live, work, and thrive without fear. And whereas united, we strengthen and celebrate our town's rich tapestry of cultures and perspectives. And whereas the United Against Hate Week campaign embodies our collective commitment to foster an environment where every resident can live, work, and flourish without fear of hatred. And whereas we endorse the California vs. Hate Coalition's mission to combat hate, prejudice, and intolerance, such as xenophobia, anti-Semitism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, anti-Muslim hatred, and other bigoted views by emboldened hate groups and individuals, and intolerance from our communities. And whereas by joining with our fellow California cities, we send a resounding message that we are united in our resolve to combat hate and promote acceptance. And whereas we call upon all residents, businesses, schools, and organizations to unite against hate, join events, and champion inclusivity, tolerance, and unity. And whereas during this week, we reaffirm our commitment for the following principles. 1, we denounce hate, discrimination, and violence in all forms. 2, we pledge to stand up against hate and support victims of hate incidents. 3, it's okay. 3, we encourage open dialogue and respectful conversations to bridge divides and promote understanding. 4, we celebrate the richness of our diverse community and the strength it brings to our city. And 5, we commit to working together in partnership with other California cities to create safe and welcoming environment for all. Whereas community members are urged to report any hate incidents to the California vs. Hate hotline at 833-8-NO-HATE or online at ca-vs.org to combat hate effectively and promote a safer environment for all. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that Fairfax Town Council is in enthusiastic support of United Against Hate Week in solidarity with the California vs. Hate Coalition and partners in our town from November 12th through the 18th, 2023. Thank you. And with that, I will open this item to public comment. I believe we have someone in the room that wanted to speak on this item. Mark, if you don't mind, press the button.
Press the button. Hello,
Perfect.
I'm Mark Solomons and appreciate receiving this resolution on behalf of the Planning Committee of United Against Hate Week this year in Marin. We have several events that I want to highlight. The California vs. Hate website is going to be rolled out on Monday, the 13th from 3 to 4, Monday, November 13th at the Civic Center in room 143. And this is a time to learn how you report incidents and get victim support. We are screening the film, let me say, Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, a national advocacy group to reduce gun violence in the US, is sponsoring the screening of Repairing the World, Stories of the Tree of Life, about the mass shooting in the synagogue in Pennsylvania. That will be 5:30 on Wednesday, 11/15 at the Lark Theater. The movie actually will be at 6:30. We're going to have singing from Till Dawn to start. And I also want to point out there's going to be a screening at Archie Williams sponsored by the San Anselmo Racial Equity Committee on Thursday, the 16th at Archie Williams. It's the movie Lowball, which highlights Paul Austin's experience in Marin City and discrimination in housing. So that's what we're working on. We invite you to come to participate in these events, and thank you for the resolution.
Thank you very much, Mark. Anyone else that wishes to speak on this proclamation, this would be the time, and then we'll go to folks on Zoom.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, downtown Mill Valley. Sorry, downtown Mill Valley, formerly long ago, where Mill Valley has recently decided that they would have a open dialogue with unlimited time for people to speak. I find it very funny here in Fairfax that you would make this proclamation, which we are all in support of, I think. I don't think anyone would question it, but it seems clear that this council has expressed a hate for landlords and a hate for anyone who speaks out and wishes to deny free speech to members of this community. It is a sad day when you make such a disingenuous statement. I think we're all pretty tired of being gaslit here, and we would appreciate your understanding your words rather than just mouthing them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else that wishes to speak on this item? Now's the time.
Hello, Council. Michael McIntosh. I too must call out the hollowness of some of these words. I've seen the council shut down people that do not support your narrative. But more of all, I'd like to remind you that laws are to represent the majority while protecting the voice of the minority. And that does not appear to be really the consent of this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Otherwise, we will, yes.
I just want to echo what the first two speakers said. I agree with them. Thanks.
Thank you. If there's no one else in the room, we will go to Zoom, and everyone will have 2 minutes on Zoom.
Yes, the first speaker is Jamal. Jamal, you're unmuted.
Hello, yeah. My name's Jamal Walker Jr., and I agree with those men that just spoke. I don't think that anyone should be silenced this way. We have a right to free speech, okay? And I lived in the hood my whole life, right? And I'm noticing, because I've been researching these things, okay? And the FBI website says that my fellow Black males are committing murders at a rate that's 10 times higher than white males, and even the Black females are committing more murders than the white males. So this is an alarming trend that's happening. It's embarrassing. We are embarrassing ourselves here. Now, I want there to be some kind of resolution, okay? We need to do something about this because this is getting so out of control, and it's only going to continue to decline in our city. Now, there used to be a thing called the Naturalization Act of 1790. I think we would benefit greatly by reinstating this.
Please
We don't
stay on topic. Thank
go
you.
back to Africa, like Marcus Garvey said.
Okay,
and
thank you,
we
sir.
The next speaker is Mike.
Good evening, council. Am I coming through all right? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I had to write this up because it really shook me to my core. So bear with me as I read my statement here. And thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I have a matter of local concern. A coworker invited me to a Bible study the other day, and there was a large gathering. I was shocked and disturbed at what I heard. We have a racist cult in our midst, and I would not be surprised if that's the reason why you're hearing racist calls all across the country and the state, really. These bigots were saying things like God put the non-whites on the planet to be slaves, and so we would not have to be served by animals. They said that when you look at non-whites, you're looking at cattle. They even said that a white woman who had sex with
Next speaker, please.
Eva is the next speaker.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
So I just wanted to echo the sentiment of the in-person commenters that you guys had. I've noticed that, like, for example, there was a meeting previously that I tried to speak in that you guys cut short because you guys had people saying stuff that you didn't exactly agree with. So before I continue with what I want to say, I do remind the board members that the Brown Act requires the public's business to be conducted in open and public meetings and recognizes the right of the public to participate. It specifically states that a legislative body may not prohibit public criticism of the policies, procedures, programs.
Ava, I just want to let you know that this is not public open time. This is for our United
Yes,
Against
but
Hate
it's
Week
relevant to what I'm
proclamation.
gonna
So if
say,
you could
so I'm
stay on
reminding
topic,
you of
please.
that
Thank
before
you.
try to cut me off because what I'm gonna say is probably going to upset you, and I'm reminding you that you can't cut me off. Okay? This is relevant to what I'm trying to say. I'm going to remind you too that several city councils have already endured litigation for silencing free speech. Okay, so I'm going to continue now, and I'm going to say that I absolutely condemn the fact that you guys want to worry about all the minorities and other people, but anytime someone mentions Jewish supremacy, anything to do with you know, pro-white anything, if we're not talking about Black Lives Matter or anything else of diversity, then you guys try to shut down free speech, and that's bullshit. You guys should sit there and listen to what people have to say to you instead of deal with a potential lawsuit. It's better to sit through 3 minutes of
Next speaker.
PJ Pfeffer is our next speaker.
Thanks. This is PJ Pfeffer speaking solely on my own behalf as an individual. I had something I wanted to read, but first just wanted to obviously say that the comments that we just heard via calls are absolutely disgusting, and I appreciate this proclamation's effort to recognize the town's opposition against such hate. I also am disappointed to hear the proclamation, which endorses California versus Hate Coalition's mission to combat hate, prejudice, and intolerance such as xenophobia, anti-Semitism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, anti-Muslim hatred, and other bigoted views emboldened by hate groups, equating that mission to anything that's come up, at least in any of the meetings I've seen, or equating the plight of landlords to anti-Semitism or homophobia or other such types of hate. I agree with the message of this proclamation. I went to the website for caversushate.org and was disappointed to see that the ADL is listed as a partner member. I encourage everybody listening to go to droptheadl.org. And in the time I have, I'm just going to read a little bit briefly on their mission, which says, "We are writing to ask you to reconsider the Anti-Defamation League as a partner in social justice work. Many organizations in our communities find themselves in spaces with the ADL using its anti-bias education materials, are counting on the ADL to support our political goals. In light of a growing understanding of the ADL's harmful practices, many progressive groups are rethinking these relationships." Jumping ahead, we're deeply concerned that the ADL's credibility in some social justice movements and communities is precisely what allows it to undermine the rights of marginalized communities, shielding it from criticism. Some of the signatories include at least one member who is part of caversushate.org, but also notably, if not now, and a lot of prominent national groups. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Nash.
What you are doing by cutting off speech is communist and
Sorry,
communist
we can't hear you with your voice filter on. So if you could speak more clearly, that would be helpful for your public comment. Thank you.
No, I'm not gonna.
Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Steven.
Hello? Okay, wonderful. So 2 callers ago, wow, I cannot agree with him anymore about the ADL. And I wanted to add something and this is on topic because the ADL is behind they're sponsoring, big sponsor of United Against Hate Week or whatever. I was wondering if you guys got that little poster yet that a lot of people like to hang up when they don't like what people are saying. You know, their anti-free speech poster. Anyway, so the ADL, did you know that out of the 19 different states that the ADL has a regional office in, 63% of those offices share a building with the FBI. So, and 10% of them are in Jewish institutions and synagogues. So the ADL is it's a Zionist group. They're pushing, they don't care about, they only care about Jewish people. They only.
Sir, this is about diversity and
United Against
inclusion
Hate.
item. This is not about.
Okay, diversity and
so
inclusion.
please.
All right.
This is United Against Hate proclamation.
Right.
So
Okay.
thank you.
Well, I'm against it, but also diversity means fewer white people. Inclusion means the exclusion of white people. Equity means stealing from white people. And I recommend everyone watch Defiant by Devon Stack. You can go to watchdefiant.com. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Leo.
Good evening. Am I well receptive to everyone in council and
Yep, we
stuff
can
like
hear
that?
you. Go ahead.
Perfect. I would first off like to start for a moment of silence for the 34 service members that had perished in the USS Liberty attack on June 8th, 1987. Just give us a moment. Thank you. That should be a moment enough. And I would like to ask why we are further moving our aircraft carriers out within range of Gaza so that Israel can attack.
Sir, this is
more
off
U.S.
topic.
ships.
Please keep your comments on topic to the proclamation at
Oh,
hand.
my apologies. Definitely. I'm just wondering why you guys are reading ADL scripts and accepting ADL handouts and how that makes this off comment, because this is in relation to the ADL and their funding from Israel and their funding for city council, which you guys are obviously receiving because I have seen the ADL script PDF that you read off before this meeting. And it is word for word the ADL PDF script that they're sending to city councils, state proclamations, and federal governments throughout this nation. And the ADL is supposed to be a nonprofit, non-governmental organization. However, they are training the FBI, they're training police stations and police officers right now for hate speech against white Americans, European Americans. And I'm just wondering, why are you guys accepting these handouts? Why are you reading these scripts from these genocidal Jewish people that go
Okay,
and
we're going to end that comment. Thank you very much. We're actually going to take a 10-minute recess here, and we'll come back and continue public comments then. But thank you. Okay, we're going to, thanks for staying with us and being patient while we took a quick hiatus here. And we're going to resume the public Zoom comment. I just want to reiterate that this is an item on a proclamation against hate in all of its forms. And I would encourage folks to stay on topic. And if you are disruptive or do not stay on topic, you'll receive a warning, and following that, you may have your comment ended. So, thank you.
Anne is our next speaker.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. Hi, upon hearing the previous public comment, both in person and on Zoom, I cannot help but find myself surrounded by incredibly based people. For the people sitting behind the table, your job is to hear the public in order to better serve the public. I find this incredibly difficult, if not impossible to do, when you are unwilling to allow free speech. I would like to remind you that as Americans, we do have this right protected by the First Amendment. On the topic of free speech, I would like to bring your attention to the political prisoner John Monadio. For without based individuals like himself, there'd be so many people still stuck in this anti-white
And if you could
Jewish agenda.
please keep your comments
You
to
left
the
rabbis
proclamation.
come on
This is
your
just your
chin. Would
first
you allow
warning.
me to speak? You fucking faggot.
Okay, please remove that speaker. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Tuna Fish.
Wow. Sorry about all that. And we all get heated and we all get angry at times, and how to move on and through it. So quick question, it's like, when is open time, or did I miss it?
This is on a proclamation for
Yeah, but-
United Against Hate Week. Open
And
time
when
will
is
be
open
later.
time? Did I miss it?
No.
No. Okay, so it's coming up. Hate, yes to the proclamation, and more to underlie and to more, the question is where's the education for people and humans, and how do we educate people, or how do we change and work on our beliefs? And as for staying on topic, I'd like to suggest that it's a moving target, and that we all have varying skills with language and being flustered, being able to speak at all, or being quick on our feet, so to speak, or how we respond to interruptions or incomings or whatnot. And some people, I think, have been cut off a bit too quickly when they're trying to say something and maybe just speaking in a language that we don't quite understand. And other than that, I'll wait for open time. And, education is key to all of it. How do we work with I really would like to use a juicy explicative descriptor here, but how do we work with our blankety blank beliefs, which are running pretty much everything? Anyway, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Naomi.
Hi, can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. I just want to thank you all for offering this proclamation in a time when things are so difficult for so many people. And I just really appreciate it. I appreciate you all being up there and withstanding so many disingenuous and hateful comments in the midst of a proclamation that is designed to proclaim the opposite. And so I just really hope that, everybody who's in the room there and everybody who is on Zoom can just take a moment to actually read the content of the proclamation and really try to take it in, and not jump straight to the talking points that we all have, the preconceived notions that we all have, and just really read the content of the proclamation and try to take it into our hearts, because it's really critically important right now. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Hank.
Yeah, we're standing here against hate, and let's see if you guys mean it or not. I encourage everybody to look this passage up. Yebamoth 98A. All non-Jew children are animals. That
Please,
comes
sir,
from the Talmud. That comes from the Talmud. You do
please
not have the
stop,
right to...
end it.
Dude, what is your fucking problem? You do not have the right to come out.
The next speaker is Kay.
Go ahead.
Okay, you guys, you're doing great. I want to say thank you so much for getting into good trouble and taking a stand against hate. Obviously, we have a lot of work to do. Please don't let, I feel for you guys right now, and I just don't let these people get you down or beat you up. You got this. You're doing good work. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Cindy.
I just want to express my distaste for you guys are supposed to be promoting anti-racism with your proclamation, and I've watched you guys cut off so many people who are just trying to point out to you guys a different kind of racism. You guys won't allow anti-Semitism or anything against Blacks or other races. You guys read directly from the ADL script, as someone else already pointed out. But the second somebody calls you guys out for stuff that is anti-white, things that Jews say against
Okay, thank
No.
you for your comment. Please.
The next speaker is Sandy.
Hi there. My name is Sandy Cohen, and I'm just wondering, why is everyone allowed to be racist against everyone except for white people? You guys are fucking racist, and there's no
Okay,
issue.
please.
The next speaker is Kayla.
God bless y'all. I just want to say that y'all should check out gtvflyers.com because that's the only place you're not going to get this Jewish censorship.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Philip.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Not very well, but
Sorry, let me try something else here. I'm a little bit, very upset. I have Jewish children, and
we can't really hear you, speaker. If you could just try to call
sorry.
back in, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
I'm gathering.
We'll just move on to the next speaker, and feel free to call back in if you have a better connection. Sorry.
The next speaker is Isaac.
Does anybody notice the one group you can't talk about yet? The fucking Jews, how we can't say anything
Okay.
on the country
Next
that runs.
speaker, please.
This is our last speaker, Candy.
Hi, I'm just wondering why we're not allowed to talk about niggers and the fact that white people aren't allowed.
Please. Okay, we're going to close public comment on our United Against Hate Week proclamation. Just want to say that I'm sorry to folks who are listening in who heard some of those frankly disgusting and bigoted and racist and anti-Semitic comments. This town completely denounces those types of comments. This council denounces those comments. They have literally no place here. Those comments are not welcome at these council meetings. And we are so much stronger united against those sorts of bigoted sentiments, those dated sentiments. I'm very sorry to folks who had to listen to that. And yeah, please, we will, there will be events throughout November 12th through the 18th, where people can come and learn and celebrate our community together and denounce hate and, yeah, root out hate here in Fairfax and here in Marin and in the Bay Area. So thank you so much for with that. Any of my colleagues have any comments, or shall we just move forward here?
Well, I won't try to say anything about what these comments, where they're coming from. People are clearly hurting and suffering out there in all sorts of ways. But I just wanted to say that a few of us attended the League of California Cities meeting a month or so ago, and all the mayors and council members from all over the state. And this type of thing was a conversation throughout that meeting. We went to 3 workshops that had to do with different aspects of these types of things. So it's not only in Fairfax. These are people from who knows where, all over the nation, maybe even outside of the nation, they apparently scan the council agendas for all over the country, and they saw a proclamation against hate, and they decided to target us. So it's pretty disgusting, but it is not something about Fairfax in particular, although some of the comments were from Fairfax. So I'm sorry to hear it, and we'll just move on and try to get the public's business done.
Thank you, Councilmember Ackerman. And I do think we all have an obligation, just speaking to all of the Fairfax folks in the room and on Zoom, to drown out the hate to the best of our ability when we see it, both in our communities, but also in these types of public meetings as well. I think we all have an obligation to, drown out the hate. That's all. Okay. With that, we'll move on. And we're moving on to announcement of closed session action. We have not had a closed session since our last regular meeting, so there's nothing to report. Open time for public expression. We will have this for up to 30 minutes. This is the time to address the council on matters not on the agenda. All comments are limited to 2 minutes, and the council is not permitted to take action on any of the items brought up at this time, as state law strictly limits the right of council to discuss any unagendized item. If there are still hands raised after 30 minutes, we'll continue open time at the end of the agenda. And we do have a very busy agenda this evening, lots of other items for the community to engage on. So we will be fairly strict on this 30 minutes. At the 15-minute mark for in-person, I'll ask the clerks to just let me know that we should move on to Zoom. Then we will move on to Zoom, and after 15 minutes on Zoom, I'll ask the clerks to let me know, and we will then continue with the public hearing and then the rest of the regular agenda. Thank you. So for folks in the room, for items not on the agenda, if there's anyone, please, this would be the time. Otherwise, we can go to Zoom sooner, but I'm sure there are a couple.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. There are 5 items on the agenda. There are, what, 15 on the consent calendar? I don't think that that's following the state appellate court ruling. We do not agree to have a decorum ordinance imposed on the citizens of Fairfax unless a similar code of conduct is agreed to by the town council members. One, you
Mark,
will
I just want to interrupt and say that item is on consent. So it's on the agenda.
It's not about that. This is something different. This is corollary, but not on that item.
Okay, please proceed. Sorry.
The council will follow the oath of office that each of you freely took, and you will follow adjudicated law or resign. You can look at the California Supreme Court ruling 1 Cal 3D 930 that says the Constitution does not require that an effective expression of ideas be restricted to rigid and predetermined patterns. The council will not lie on the podium. If you do, any member of the public has the moral and civic right to address it with a 2-minute time limit for the record, even if they have previously spoken. The council will not yawn or roll your eyes when a member of the public speaks. Oh, when does that ever happen? You will answer every question asked by the public. You will stop funding your personal projects with town money. The council will put all contracts over $10,000 out to bid. You will hire a forensic accountant to trace previous expenditures for personal projects, and those involved will pay restitution. You will hire an attorney who actually knows the Brown Act and not lie to the public, such as saying it is illegal for the town council to respond to a question during public comment when California Government Code Section 54954.2 refutes it.
Thank you, Mark. Next speaker, please.
I have several more, but I will, because I know that there are several things going on, I will stop my comments now, but I will continue.
Thank you.
So my name's Todd, and I'm going to continue, yield some of my time and read what Mark set out to complete here. These are Mark's words, not mine. You will not leave a meeting early except in event of a documented emergency. If you fail to complete the required council member activity reports, you shall resign within 1 month. If you are found to have voted with a conflict of interest, you shall resign. The consent calendar shall not have any second readings of ordinance items placed on it that are controversial. If a member of the public requests that a consent calendar item be pulled to allow public comment, it will be pulled and 3 minutes will be allowed per person to discuss this matter. That ends Mark's comments. My comments continue now. I know you're tired of this. We're tired of this. The rest of this nation needs to be aware of how government has gone wrong here in Fairfax. And somehow, to use other people's words, I beg of you to get in touch with what your community is saying and really wants, rather than just changing everything in Fairfax all at once and being beholden to special interests. It seems like you're not really listening to people. You've got a consent calendar with 15 items. That's 8 seconds per item. And I'm requesting tonight myself that you pull items 11, 14, 15, 16, and 18 to allow for public comment. I'll speak more on these later. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you. First of all, I disagree with Mark. I agree with Mark and Todd. But other than that, and the crazies are out tonight. It's amazing that one caller, one guy with voice synthesizer who's compensating for a small penis can have so much hate. I say just ignore the idiot, and I'll give you kudos for cutting them off. But regardless, what I want to say is I'm Michael Sexton, Director of Marin Residence. This is an auspicious anniversary. 1 year ago, Fairfax became the first small town in Marin to impose extra rent control on its residents. We all know how divisive this year has been. What we should understand is that creating this policy was not necessary. The concept of trying to solve large economic issues on the backs of small mom and pop landlords is fundamentally flawed, profoundly unjust, and is doomed to fail. The responsibility yours, the anger directed towards you is just for this topic, and the solutions to the problem will be resolved next year at the ballot box. There's no doubt that living in Marin is expensive, with housing being one of the largest expenditures any family can have. But Marin has been expensive for the last several decades and will remain expensive no matter what artificial market manipulations put into place. In September, the IJ had an article stating that 2022-23, the median rent in Marin dropped by 6.1%, the largest in the Bay Area. This drop was not attributed to rent control or an increase in affordable housing, but rather to a decrease in demand for housing. People are moving out of the Bay Area and out of California. To sum up this year, I will wish for a better year going forward. the biggest benefit is that this extra rent control has given me is coming to know the incredibly passionate and active people who love this town dearly and are fighting to keep it a place where we all want to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next speaker, please.
Michael McIntosh. The United States has always been a beacon of hope for the entire world, a place where people come for protection with a true Constitution amendments that protects everybody's liberties and rights, free from oppression, ideologues, and zealots. Looking at the implementation of your recent laws, how do they protect our most vulnerable? How do they elevate someone who has fallen on hard times and find themselves living on the streets? Where is their promise of all those years they paid into our tax system for a safety net should they need it? A law should always represent the voice of the majority while protecting the voice of the minority. Your laws do neither. You listen to a minority without consulting the majority. You foist your ideological idiosyncrasies upon people you promised to represent. You no longer represent your constituents. As an elected official, you promised to represent your constituents. Otherwise, we would have voted someone else into office. As a community member, we chose you to read and review things which come before you and to best represent our entire community while protecting our rights. We as a community have not subordinated our voice to consultants and staff who do not live in our community. We trusted you. You fail at your job by subordinating all these decisions to people who do not live in our community, nice people, but still people interested in pulling a buck from the ever-shrinking tit of the community tax dollars. You have now subordinated our voice for the hiring and firing of department heads to a short-term, non-community person with a different agenda. I am amazed at as many times I've seen conflicting opinions your attorney spouts off. Janet is smart enough not to make so many gaffes. So we, the public, have to ask ourselves, are Janet's intentional misspeaks for the council or on behalf of the council? Now we see your fear of the community you were sworn to represent. You fearfully request the police department be at each meeting to follow you home and to do extra patrols around your home. Maybe you should look inward and own your actions causing all this consternation and division in your community. I ask if consent item number 18, no, is a setup against the Fairfax Police Department. You try to silence our freedom of speech and take away our rights to assembly. You direct the police department to physically eject us from these meetings on your subjective and arbitrary
actions. We're going to move on to the next.
All the while knowing that such act and subject to and back of our constitutions.
Okay, we're going to take another 5-minute break and then we'll come back. Thank you. Okay, we're back to it. It's good to have a moment to settle the waters here in these meetings from time to time. So we'll continue with our last speaker in the room and then we'll head to folks on Zoom.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Frank Ager from the Cascades. It seems meeting after meeting, the consent calendar becomes an issue. And the consent calendar is really being abused in Fairfax. You know, having 13 to 18 items is not fair to the public. You have 3 ordinances on tonight for adoption. I served with a number of town attorneys, including Wallace Myers, Leland Jordan, Joe Brescher, and John Sharp. We were always advised that the ordinances, introductions, and adoptions could not be approved on a consent calendar. I always obliged and set during my 7 terms as mayor, whenever an audience member requested to remove an item, I always obliged and set it as a regular agenda item. Now, the purpose and intent of council meetings is to, one of the purposes and intents of council meetings is to allow our residents a democratic process to be heard and to exercise their First Amendment rights. I urge you to get another legal opinion. I don't think all of those previous town attorneys were wrong when they said you couldn't adopt or an ordinance on a consent calendar. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. With that, we will move to Zoom.
I know I've said this before and I'm saying it again. You guys are our representatives. You're not our rulers. I would like you to represent. We show up and then you say, well, other people aren't here. Well, if they're not here, then they don't care as much as the people who do show up. And rather than we plead a case in front of you, you need to listen to what we have to say and then vote according to that voice. Thanks.
Thank you, Mallory. Okay, we'll now move to folks on Zoom. Folks get 2 minutes and we'll do 15 minutes of Zoom comments and then we'll move the rest of open time, if there are any hands, to the end of the agenda after we conduct business. So with that.
The first speaker is Tuna Fish.
Mallory, I care as much. I'm not there. Personally, I say let everybody speak. Open time? Okay, so I'll be open. There's too much for 2 minutes, and who cares anyway? You know, it's mostly a matter of unexamined beliefs, battling unexamined beliefs. And how do we get past that? I don't know. We're a gun culture. Rather than having a dialogue, we just shoot each other. It's the American way. You know, in our deliberation, basically in our consume the earth and everything deliberations, just where is conserve anything? Where is anybody saying consume less or even try and be satisfied? All of our deliberations are about ban this, electrify this, buy a new Tesla that, consume that. And, you know, there is no planet B. Everything that we have in consume comes from once living environments. And we're leaving Jack living, the water, the soil, the air. And that's part of the problem with people and the pressures is like, you know, there's no place to go. Closer to home, it's, you know, education and building community. How do we, you know, how do we make friends? How do we even be friends? We have fentanyl in our community, which is killing all kinds of, you know, young and other people inadvertently just because they want to explore, just, you know, try something different. How many of us did that as youth? But it's pretty deadly. We need more education younger and not just a nasal spray to counteract it. And last thought is going to be on Halloween. Halloween's great. Community's great. On the other hand, most of us would not feed our dogs most of the garbage that poses as candy. It's pretty much, you know, sugar, artificial flavors, artificial colors. How do we re-envision Halloween or do something else that actually builds something worthwhile rather than poisoning each other with this crap? And excuse my language.
Thank you, Sierra.
Anyway.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Kay.
Hi again. I want to talk about lack of an ordinance for fires on our town property. I mean, we spend millions on fire prevention, and it is my understanding that we don't have any ordinances about the campfires and open flames in our park. Please take care of this before any harm is done, if that is correct. I mean, I feel this is an emergency and this issue will not go away. I'd like to see something like what Novato is doing. Our hills are full of seniors who are scared, terrified of fires now. And we need to keep them safe. This is just me? And are you guys, is anyone else worried about this situation? Thank you.
Thank you, Kay.
Our next speaker is Philip.
Hi, I'm sorry. Could you start the clock again, please? I have three things. I couldn't get on fast enough. I have
Go
three
ahead.
things to mention. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great, thank you. First off, I started to say earlier, and you said call back, and I did say something about the proclamation. And I think it's really sad state of affairs that people around California, probably Marin, the U.S., and probably the world would speak to another human being like that. So I want to applaud you guys for pushing back against that. I very much appreciate it. Second thing I want to say is at I think 2 agenda meetings ago, or maybe it's been 3 now, I guess it's been 3, I mentioned it would be really nice to have a speed bump on Scenic that just got repaved. I live here. I'm not concerned about myself so much as I am the kids that use a portion of Scenic on the safe routes to school bike route. And cars rarely, if ever, stop at the stop sign at Scenic and Manor, as well as further down at, I think it's at Cada, the lower stop sign, but they race down Scenic. And so if there's any possible way to consider a speed bump at this late date, even though they've already done the paving, that'd be great. If not, it'd be very nice to have some more slow down signs, perhaps even consider a digital speedometer like they do use in other areas to get people to slow down. So those are the 2 things I wanted to mention. I also want to ask a question. I know you guys don't answer questions. In fact, I'll just skip it. So thank you very much again for sticking up for your beliefs and the town's beliefs as it relates to hate. Very much appreciate that.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Liz F.
Go ahead, Liz.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I goofed up on calling about the proclamation against hate, and I couldn't raise my hand fast enough or something, but I just want to thank you very much for the proclamation. And I just was, I can't believe that you had to listen to all that crap that so many people were calling in with. And thank you for saying what you did at the end. I really appreciate the proclamation. And yeah, to hell with all those other folks. Okay, thanks. That's all I had to say. Bye.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Brenna.
Hi, I just want to say thank you very much for standing up against hate. We're really horrified to hear all of those hateful things that people came on and said. Then there was one other thing I just wanted to mention, and it's on the when it comes to the consent calendar, I really feel that any ordinances, even though it's the second reading, should not be on there. That should be on the regular agenda so we can, any resident who needs to talk about it can talk about it and leave that up to the democratic process. And I'm just wondering if that's a violation of the Brown Act by putting it on the consent calendar and just doing a blanket approval. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Liz.
Go ahead, Liz. If Liz is unmuted but isn't speaking, we could go to the next speaker.
Going to move on to the next speaker. David is the next speaker.
I would like to thank you guys for showing your true colors tonight and exposing yourself as the Bolsheviks that you are, and working for the Bolsheviks at the ADL. We all noticed how you clammed up when that got brought up and you didn't have any pushback. So that's a confirmation by omission. So the Second Amendment protects the First Amendment. You guys don't want to let people talk. Where do you think that's going to lead? And why do you think there's a group of people that have written the most, introduced the most, and sponsored the most gun control in America? I can't tell you what group they are because you'll shut me down. The same group of people own the media. 96% of the media, in fact, are owned by 6 of these people. Can't say them because you'll shut me down. Every single aspect of the COVID agenda, the CDC director, CDC deputy director, CDC chief of staff, CDC medical officer, CDC director, Washington office, COVID czar, COVID senior advisor, HHS security, HHS assistant health security or secretary, the head of Pfizer, the Pfizer chief scientist, Moderna CEO, Moderna chief scientist, BlackRock CEO, BlackRock president, Vanguard CEO, Perelman School of Medicine, the chief scientist at Gamaleya Institute, the director of the Gamaleya Institute, chief medical officer of Johnson & Johnson, chief medical officer of Merck, executive chairman, World Economic Forum, head advisor, World Economic Forum. BlackRock and Vanguard are the 2 largest shareholders of both Pfizer and GlaxoSmithKline, as well as practically all of the media. I can't tell you who those people are because you'll shut me down. They are the same group of people that write things like, matter of fact, I'm going to go with this one. To communicate anything to a Gentile about our religious relations would be equal to the killing of all blanks. For if the Gentile knew what we teach about
Okay,
them,
thank you for your comments. We're going to move on to the next speaker.
David.
Thank you.
May I just say that those comments were off subject matter jurisdiction in this council?
Off subject matter jurisdiction. So please, public comments related to the subject matter jurisdiction of the town of Fairfax. The list of job titles was not relevant to the business we're conducting here in the town of Fairfax. So we please keep your public comments on the subject matter jurisdiction. Thank you, Town Attorney Colson. And we actually only have like time for 2 more speakers on Zoom, and the rest of the public speakers will go to the end of the agenda. But please, next speaker.
The next speaker is Sharon.
Hi, thank you for your time. I generally don't actively participate in town council meetings, but I wanted to take some time just as observing a lot of the recent town council meetings and as someone who's been involved in the public process a lot, that I really feel like reducing the 3-minute time limit to 2 minutes is part of the cause of what's happening in this town. And I think almost every council and every public entity in the state allows for 3 minutes. And I think reducing comments to 2 minutes is doesn't reflect very well on our town. And I hope you'll consider going back to 3 minutes. And also, I just want to say, I really hate the new bell. If you could find something that's a little more pleasant, it's really difficult to listen to during the meetings. So please consider getting some other way of notifying people that their time is up. Thank you for what you do. I know it's a really tough job, but I do believe that 3 minutes is what you should be allowing people to do during public comment.
Thank you. Please, no clapping in the room. Thank you. Next speaker.
We're going to try Liz again, who never connected.
Okay. Liz, you're our final public open time speaker. Welcome. Or maybe you're not. Maybe there's someone else in the queue.
Casey is the next speaker.
Evening, Mayor, Town Council. Thank you for denouncing hate. The reason for my chiming in is real quick. I'll just drop to your radar there, if you don't mind. I noticed in the HCD letter that it says you have 1 year from the January 31st of last year to complete all the zoning, of course, of which you all know. But one of the things that I had noticed on your milestones is that Module 3, the zoning for the workforce overlay, is set for adoption on February 7th. And I just wanted to toss that up in case it was any concern. Okay, have a good night. Good luck.
Thank you, Kevin. With that, we'll close public comment for items not on the agenda. And we will continue on here to our public hearings and our regular agenda. So we finally made it to item number 1. Thank you all for hanging with us here. Item number 1 is to adopt a resolution approving maximum rates collected by Marin Sanitary Service for solid waste service to be effective January 1st, 2024. And I believe we have a presentation. And Town Manager Abrams, would you like to tee this up for us?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We participate in a group of jurisdictions in Marin that hire R3 to be able to help us evaluate this application. And so Jim is here to explain that in more detail. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. My name is Jim Howison. I represent R3 Consulting Group.
You should move the mic up so it's
I'm
closer
sorry.
to your mouth. Yeah.
Is this better?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's better. Thank you.
Apologize for that.
And stay as close as possible so people can hear you. Thank
Okay.
you.
So as I stated, my name is Jim Howison. I represent R3 Consulting Group. Within the audience is Garth Schultz, who is the principal. And I'm going to discuss the rate application submitted by Marin Sanitary and go through the process so you understand how the rates are made and how we do our job. Could you go to the next slide, please? So part of our agenda tonight is the rate adjustment methodology, rate compensation overview, the 2024 rate adjustment, a rate comparison so you can see how you can compare to other agencies and jurisdictions within Marin County. And then we'll open it up to Q&A. Next slide, please. So the rate adjustment methodology, the first thing I think it's important to recognize that as Marin Sanitary picks up and does their services in the city of Fairfax, the rates that are being discussed tonight are their only sole source of revenue. So they don't have any revenue coming outside to support the services that support the citizens of Fairfax. It's also important to note that every year, just like everybody else, their costs go up. They have collective bargaining agreements that have rates going up for their union employees. Their utilities go up. So it's a cycle. We all live through it. It's exactly the same for Marin Sanitary. The annual rate increase and the fund cost increase, it functions similar to a CPI. Within the garbage industry, many times it's a cost plus model, not always, but in the case of Marin Sanitary, it is not a cost plus model. And what that actually does, it incentivizes Marin Sanitary Services to monitor their costs more, which then results in better rates to the ratepayers of Fairfax. Next slide, please. I'm sorry. So the rate adjustment methodology on this slide is actually a historical graph of what the rates for the citizens of Fairfax, it's the annual rate increases over time. If you look from 2014 up until about 2019, 2020, the rate increases were very erratic. Normally, people don't like to see that much level of fluctuation within their rates. So in about 2018, the city of Fairfax, in conjunction with other agencies within Marin, got together with Marin Sanitaries and came up with a new model on how to adjust those rates. If you look from 2020 all the way across to 2024, you notice that the rate increase, for the most part, averages out at about 5%. There was a slight dip in 2022. That was because one of the primary drivers of the rate increase is an index that is produced by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That was very low, like I think it was under 2%. The other component that drove the 2022 rate down was that the recycling costs, the aluminum, paper, so forth, the revenue associated with that was very good. The pricing went up. So that was actually a benefit to the citizens of Fairfax. Next slide, please. So when you're looking at your total overall, what you pay on a monthly basis on your rate, where does your money go? First of all, 60% goes to the collection operations. Those are the trucks that you see every day going up and down your street. Processing, recycling, disposal make up 14.6% of that rate. State, local compliance, SB 1383. I think most people in the community are aware of that about organics. That makes up approximately 17%. And actually, Marin Sanitary's profit makes up 8.4% of the total rate that is being paid by the citizens and businesses of Fairfax. Next slide, please. So what does this mean for the 2024 rate adjustment? The rate for the Fairfax that's being proposed right now is 4.68%. So it's keeping in line with that average of about 5%. That equates to about $2.23 for a 32-gallon cart or subscription. Marin Sanitary does offer the PG&E comparative 20% discount for residents who qualify. And just for transparency purposes, the changes in the commercial rates vary much more because it's a much more diverse, much more dynamic type of service. And so the prices are going to fluctuate, but they all go up at 4.68%. Next slide, please. So here we have a rate comparison, and let me walk you through. If you look towards the left of the slide, where you see the individual blue bars, those are cities that have their services provided by agents, hauling companies other than Marin Sanitary. The green are those that Marin Sanitary provides within the city of Marin, and the one with the blue bar is Fairfax. And if you look at the horizontal line,
You mean the red bar?
the red bar. Did I say something differently?
You said blue. It
Oh,
looks red to me, but what do I know?
I stand corrected.
All good.
So if you look at the bar that has the $55.18, that is the average price for the blue bars. So right now, Fairfax is trending, decently below the average for the non-Marin Sanitary services within this community, within the county. Next slide, please. That's the presentation. Question and answers. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Jim. I'll go to my colleagues for questions. Do you have something you'd like to say, Town Manager?
Excuse me,
Abrams?
Mayor. I neglected to mention we also have representatives from Marin Sanitary in the audience in case you have questions. Thank you very much.
Excellent. And thank you all for being with us this evening. Colleagues, anyone have immediate questions?
Yeah. So I just want to note that I looked at the March 2023 CPI for water, sewage, and trash collection, which was 5.4%. So basically our increase is less than the sort of the CPI for that, right?
That's correct. Within the rate application that was provided by Marin Sanitary, that index was actually at 5.71%. But based on the contract between the city of Fairfax and Marin Sanitary, they're only allowed to capture up to 5%. So that, again, that's a savings for the residents of Fairfax. And it's one of the reasons why those rates consistently run around 5%. Thank you.
Okay. One of the other things I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about SB 1383. I'm not sure everybody does know that much about it.
Sure. So SB 1383 involves organics, and what organics basically means, it's green waste, it's your yard clipping, food, everything of that nature. So what has happened is the state of California, Sacramento specifically, passed a law where they're trying to divert that from the landfill. And the purpose of it is to convert that organic green material into something useful and keep it out like mulch and so forth like that. It's been proven to be an expensive state mandate. It is a state mandate, so it's not an option for the majority of communities out there. But the belief is it's going to be better for the environment. It's going to be better for the community. And the goal, obviously, is to reduce the amount of material that's going to the landfill and reduce methane gas. Thank you.
So as community members, we're supposed to separate our green waste and put it in those green bins that we have here in Fairfax and not throw it in the trash, et cetera, et cetera.
That's correct.
Okay. And then I also noticed that there was a zero waste Marin fees. Can you explain what those are?
I'm going to have to defer to probably Garth Schultz on this if he could come up. He's much more involved in that aspect of the rate application, and I don't want to misstate. Thank you.
Happy to do so. Hi there, Garth Schultz, principal with R3. So the Zero Waste Marin is the joint powers authority here in Marin County that takes certain responsibilities and powers or enacts certain responsibilities and powers that the cities and towns don't have to do. So for example, reporting to the state of California, all the facts and figures with respect to program implementation, compliance with SB 1383 and other state laws. So Zero Waste Marin, that joint powers authority, the town's a member and they have assessments on the hauling operations and the transfer and collect or transfer and post collection facility operations in the county. So that's effectively a pass through. Marin Sanitary Service, the other haulers, and the other landfill operators in the county, like Redwood up in Novato, all pay these assessments and then they pass through to the ratepayer. So just a representation of the amount of change in those assessments to fund Zero Waste Marin's programs that include things like the Household Hazardous Waste Program, where folks can dispose of their household hazardous waste safely through Marin Sanitary Services location, outreach and education, compliance activities, a whole host of other services that they provide.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
This might be a question for Garth, looking at the comparisons. Other than Las Colinas Sanitary District, and I think there's another small one under MSS. I noticed that Novato is pretty low rates. Now, I'm assuming that has something to do that they're really close to Redwood landfill, but do you have an answer for that? Why their rates are so low?
Yeah, I mean, primarily proximity, but you also have a different hauling company serving a small special district in that case.
Well, that's is that a special district or is that the city of Novato?
It's actually not the city. It's through Novato Sanitary District. So it still encompasses the city, but it doesn't have some of the same duties and obligations that otherwise fall to incorporated cities and towns.
And all right, I missed that when I was looking at it. I thought, wow.
It is an unusual outlier. There is more history there. So that operation, that contract was formerly owned and implemented by a now defunct company. When Recology came in to Marin and Sonoma counties, they purchased Redwood Empire Disposal and other companies owned by what was known as the Ratto Group. This is 5-6-year-old history at this stage. Those hauling operations had very low rates as a legacy. And even at the time that purchase occurred, I had the responsibility for reviewing financial statements for that company, and it was upside down. So they are at this stage, that operation is making the cost of service meet with those rates, but it's also my belief, I don't know this to be absolute fact at this stage, that there's still an effect of these older legacy rates from that old agreement from that now non-existent company that are still in play there. Okay. And just like here, there are rules and regulations around how those rates are adjusted over time and controls on them.
Well, I would also think, so when you look at the MSS for Las Colinas Sanitary District, which is covered, they have it's a different model. They're not going to everybody's house.
They are still going to everybody's house. So the collection model is, the fundamental collection model of 3 carts, each person's home, each business, weekly service. Those fundamentals are largely, similar or even identical between all of the member agencies that Marin Sanitary Service serves. But there are things around the margins, whether you have street sweeping or not, whether there's certain types of programs being provided to your residents, like bulky item pickups. So there's these kind of marginal additional services that do vary jurisdiction to jurisdiction.
Okay. And at least when I looked at the chart, and it appears that for most of the cities and towns, Fairfax is really the lowest.
Yeah, I mean, amongst the incorporated cities and towns, yes, you are among the lowest.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
I
Councilmember
had, I
Hellman.
had a similar question to Barbara, so I'm just gonna piggyback on that. Is the jurisdictions in blue that are not part of our franchise network index group, are they do they have their own group, index group, or whatever the right terminology is?
No, actually, the arrangement that Fairfax has with Marin Sanitary is a little bit unique for Marin because it's a collection of 7 different agencies that have basically decided to join together within the contract. With the agencies in the blue, they tend to have their own separate franchise agreements, which is basically the contract that guides pricing and services provided. So while it's a good, the blue is a good kind of like gauge, you have to recognize that there are different components, different services that drive the rate of every agency you look at in the blue. So it's not a complete apple to apple comparison.
Okay, but they all have essentially their own contractual relationship with the
Yes.
haulers.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any questions, Councilmember Ackerman?
Not really a question, but just a comment. I just wanted to point out that I do remember when we all looked at the creation of the methodology that's now keeping the rates from fluctuating. And congratulations, that seems to have worked pretty well. I hope it's working well for the hauler as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ackerman. And I always love to see that chart that shows the wacky ups and downs. It's like, I can't imagine how one runs a business with those sorts of wacky ups and downs, and the stability is really helpful. And that's kind of what happens when you tie things to CPI, right? So one of the things I had a question about, well, there maybe a couple things for Justin or folks at Marin Sanitary. But one question for you, Jim, before I do that. So just so I understand correctly, the business model, like 2022, there was a little dip. It was attributed to coming out of COVID or the way that the supply chain was. And so like the recyclable goods or the things that were processed and recycled were more valuable, and that offset some of the cost, which helps ratepayers in the communities. Is that how that kind of show? And so that recycling industries softened, those prices have softened in the last year or two. And as a result, like Marin Sanitary can't recoup some of those costs of the recycled goods that they have.
Right. So you're exactly spot on. The recycling material, whether it's aluminum cans or paper, it's actually a commodity product, very similar to oil and gas. And anybody that has ever traced any commodity, there's great price fluctuations. And actually, if you look at the body of the report that R3 submitted, there is a situation this year where those commodity prices decreased. And when those prices decrease, it does impact the cost to the ratepayers of Fairfax. Now you're coming in at a 4.68%, which I can tell you right now from an industry standard is pretty good. We're seeing north of 10% for a lot of communities out there. But if you take out that fluctuation and you just kept the recycling costs constant, because I actually did do the math on that, the 4.68 would have dropped below under 4%, probably closer to 3%. But I can honestly tell you 4.68% in the state of California with all the state mandates is considered very, very competitive. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And then a couple questions for Marin Sanitary. Patty, thank you so much for being with us. One question, and it was sort of connected to the SB 1383 question, which is, y'all now have invested in some really exciting food to energy equipment. And I think we all experience in our communities the hauling, the seeing the trucks come around. But there's stuff going on over at your facility that a lot of our residents don't see, but like as a team trying to deal with waste, you're investing on the back end in some really exciting things. And I was wondering if you could speak a little. I've been to your facility and I've seen the equipment and it's amazing. And I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more to that and what the efficacy is of that, or how that equipment is functioning.
Thank you so much. And we will do that. Justin will take that on. I wanted to thank staff and all of you for, and the citizens of Fairfax for your faith in us and allowing us to serve you. We're very, very proud of that fact. And I also want to introduce my team. Justin Wilcock is our general manager. Jason Raleigh is our CFO, and Ruben Hernandez is here, and he is my right hand in terms of legislation and digesting all of those mandates that you heard about coming out of Sacramento. That leads me to the 5, 10, and 20-year plan, which each of you get on October 1st, which my father's not here, so we can call it a succession plan. I'm not going anywhere. My father, knock on wood, is not going anywhere. I think actually he's home watching the Warriors, but healthfully at 90, he's still in charge, and I'm just in his trail. So we do have a very healthy backbench of folks who are back there at Marin Sanitary Service helping to allow us to get to the place with you where we are in compliance with things like 1383. One of the things I would mention, and then Justin will talk about the new technology, the debagger and the optical sort, is that we knew that 1383 was coming and that it was going to be onerous. So we started in 2018, 2019, enhancing and ramping up the technology and the equipment that we needed in order to get those organics out of the landfill. And for all of you, it essentially is a ban of anything from wood to clothing. Anything organic can no longer go to the landfill because of the greenhouse gas production that it causes and the effects of global warming. In addition to that, we're very much ready for Measure C, flow of fire fuel, to come to the facility, and hope to someday also bring an additional renewable energy source in addition to the food waste to energy, where most of the organics go at CMSA, to the technology of biomass, which would help us hopefully, knock on wood, and I'm kind of daydreaming about the day when we can have hydrogen fuel cells energizing our trucks, even over the hills of Fairfax. Finally, one of the things I'm also very proud of is that we did renegotiate our labor contract this year, another 5-year term, and it passed on the first vote, and that meant a lot to me. So with that, I'll turn it over to Justin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Council. So to address your question about the new technologies, as many of you were able to come see that when we did our ribbon cutting earlier this year, for those who haven't been able to see that, we always invite the public to come and see our facility. But the first piece of equipment is a deep depackager unit. And so this is used for our commercial customers, primarily grocery stores that have packaged food that spoils. And typically it's in individual packaging in boxes. It's very labor intensive to separate the organics from the packaging. And so that just goes in the landfill. This piece of equipment through a centrifuge technology will separate the packaging from those organics so we can recover that material and separate it from the packaging. As we have allowed our grocery stores to participate in that, we've seen increases in our tons of material that we send to CMSA. One high note with that is within the last month, they have turned over to a positive electricity generation at their plant, where they're producing more energy than they are consuming, and they're able to sell that back to the grid through a partnership with MCE. So that's been a positive, directly impacted by this new technology. Patty also mentioned the optical sorter. This is on our paper sorting line, and this is helping to ensure that the paper bales stay clean with white paper, which helps bring up the value, as we've talked about the value of recyclables a bit tonight. And helping ensure that that paper gets recycled. It uses a light sensing technology to separate the colors of paper or non-paper items out, which allows our sorters to do a better job. So it adds to what they're doing. It didn't replace any employees. So, Thanks.
Thank you. And one quick follow-up, just so I understand and the public understands. So with the sort of deployment of an optical sorter or some of this technology, so you're saying if we add that sort of equipment, or now that that equipment has been added, the processing of paper recycling improves, becomes higher value, somehow down the line that also shows up in a way for us. If you're selling higher value products, that shows down the line for rates in our communities. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So as Jim talked about, in the rate setting methodology, there is an element, and they're the experts on this, not me, but there's an element that deals with, the revenue that we receive from recyclables sold, and that is shared back to the community. So as we've seen that cleaned up, Patty was mentioning as well, contamination increases that we saw during COVID, with more packaging and food deliveries at home, and that those containers, more of those ended up in the recycling, which they're not truly recyclable products. So that this technology has helped us clean up some of that, as well as ensuring cleaner bales of material, which we can sell at higher prices, which directly benefits the community.
Yeah, and the planet. So that's awesome. And one more question, Patty, you touched on the hydrogen fuel, and we have an item soon that Mr. Ure is bringing forward related to fleet electrification, or decarbonization of our fleet in town. Could you speak a little bit more to your vision for that, and like what the time horizon or what that looks like for MSS?
Yeah, so we are subject to the same new regulation, advanced clean fleet regulation, that CARB passed earlier this year, that regulates any fleet over 50 needing to either become or move to an electrification as of January 1st, 2024, or they have an alternative methodology of compliance where over time you can meet certain milestones. And so we're choosing the milestone approach, which says that so for our current fleets, by 2027, we'll have to have about 5 vehicles that are electric. And then that progresses to 2042, I think, when we'll have to have 100%, not necessarily electric, but zero emission fleet. Our concerns are around the ability to continue to do the work that we need to with our heavy duty vehicles within our community, both. So as an industry as a whole, we're seeing that it's not a true one-to-one replacement of trucks. So in order to do the work that one truck is doing, is in terms of payload, the amount of weight of material they're collecting, and in a timely manner, it's about a 2-to-1 replacement. So 2 electric trucks to 1 diesel. And then somewhat unique here are the hills and the ability to collect in the hills, and of the other hauling companies that have electric vehicles, they're not using them in the hills. So that while we went down to Palo Alto and we're looking at some of their trucks, they have I think 70 or 80% flat and 30% hills. We're more the opposite. And so we see that as a challenge, hence our looking at hydrogen as potentially a more viable solution. We're excited to see the state investing in hydrogen research, as again, we feel like that's going to be hopefully long-term, a means to be able to keep costs down by not having to purchase 2 trucks to replace 1, and yet meet those clean air requirements.
Excellent. Thank you. And any other questions, or should we go to public comment? Okay, thank you. We'll go to public comment now. Public hearing, sorry. Thank you. We'll now open the public hearing on item number 1. And so anyone in the room, this would be the time to come up to the podium, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hello again. Hi. So I think they do a great job over at Marin Sanitary. It's an impressive facility. And, I'm generally in support of this, but I'm not in support of the process, particularly because of the process isn't consistent with what this town council is doing for everything else here. How is it that this is justified as being close to a full CPI type of number, but landlords aren't able to have a full CPI type of number? If this is approved, and I'd be fine with this if you weren't restricting landlords, but if this is approved, how is a landlord to recapture this and all of the other large increases that have gone on? Just want you to make it make sense, because you're inconsistent. A couple other things, which would be great, and I'm sure they're working on this, but just my 2 bits. The trucks are pretty noisy here downtown. Is there anything that can be done about that? And then, as long as you're trying to restrict landlords, why is it? Is it just something somebody decided? Why isn't this, even though this seems entirely reasonable if landlords weren't being restricted, why is it that this isn't going out to bid? Do you have something against the free market, all of you? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. It's Michael Sexton. Actually, I'll make this brief. I do want to just follow up with Todd and say I completely agree with him. I was actually going to come up here and kind of point out the hypocrisy. I mean, I think that 4.8% is probably very justified. I got no big issue with that, and I'm glad that you're kind of excited about that. But it's a little bit of hypocrisy if you're touting 4.8% as a great thing, and yet your policies are limiting landlords to 2.8%. If you take 75% of CPI, or say 3.2%, it's 2.8% that you're limiting our income, where you're just celebrating that it's only going to go up 4.7%. When we get on this, please enlighten me, because I must be kind of stupid or something while you're so excited about one thing and that you suppress landlords or housing providers' ability just to kind of keep up with those rates. I mean, we're losing money every year if we don't keep up with the rates that we pay our trash company. So you got to explain that to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello again, Council. Actually, my utility costs have gone up about 10% just from last year. And that's before the scheduled 28% from PG&E and our water bill. Actually, our water bill of September of 2022, we used 510,000 gallons and we were billed $3,700. September 2023, we used 383,000 gallons and we're billed $4,700. So I do agree with the statements of hypocrisy. That said, Marin Sanitary Service has been a good neighbor to our community. I think we should actually give them a larger allowance because of the amount of hills that we have in our community and not the flat lands. That would be a more profitable route. That said, they have to use different trucks. That takes additional time to even cycle back to their plant. I would like support that they use solid oxide fuel cells from their digesters so we could better use that gas instead of their 12-cylinder engines. But the thing really I want to speak to tonight is the de facto kickback to Fairfax. So if you break down what we're looking at, their rates are fine. But there's also I believe it's 10 plus 3% for additional agency kickback to the town of Fairfax. So if Fairfax wanted to really be fair to their constituents, you could reduce the overall rate to the communities by not taking that kickback back, or you could use that for like protecting our most vulnerable in the rents. If the town of Fairfax could justify with criteria that it really was that large for the road impact fees, that'd be different. But that information has never been provided. So again, Marin Sanitary does a great job, but the town of Fairfax is basically charging us a premium of 13%. maybe that should go back to Marin Sanitary so that they wouldn't have to raise the rate so much, because they do a good job and they help us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi there. I just want to echo what the previous public speakers said. I want to start off by saying that I know nothing about garbage other than what day I have to put it out. But I do want to ask a pretty basic question. I personally don't need garbage picked up every 7 days. I'd be very happy with every 9 days or 11 days. And I'm wondering if that's been considered. Instead of having it every 7 day kind of a cycle, it's every 9 or 10. And that would certainly save a tremendous amount of money, I believe. So if somebody can enlighten me about that, I'd be very much appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. Yeah, I think Recology has much quieter trucks. This is from someone who's very sound, noise intolerant. So if they could pursue that, that would be helpful. And I have a problem with the process that it doesn't go out to bid. What was it, 2 years or 4 years ago? It didn't go out to bid. And then you signed an agreement that it doesn't have to go out to bid for what, 10 years or forever? I'm not sure which. I don't have a problem with them for the most part as a company. I had one lady tell me I was lying about my Christmas tree, but she listened to the recording and called back and apologized because I didn't want to leave my Christmas tree on the sidewalk. But not putting something out to bid. I remember this company, the consultant saying, well, there are other companies that are cheaper. We expect the rates to go up in 2 or 3 years, but you should go with Marin Sanitary. I think, you know, you have competition and then we can see what happens. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe having this 5 or 10 year agreement is what helps keep the rate increase among the lowest in the district. I don't know, but that's a question I'd like answered. And I'm sure you'll ask it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Shember Dominga. Sometimes the trash cans, the trash collection comes really early, like at 4:30 in the morning. So it seems too early to me. I mean, I don't know if that's allowed to be that early, but I'm sleeping at that time, and sometimes it wakes me up because they're very loud trucks. So I think that maybe they should come later, not at 4:30 in the morning. I think that's too early. Yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone on Zoom?
We do have a few callers on Zoom. Yes.
Okay.
The first speaker is Casey.
Nope, not true. Just never brought my hand down. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay.
The next speaker is Brenna.
Well, so sorry about that. I forgot to lower my hand.
That's okay. Anyone who check your hand right now, lower it if you're not prepared to speak. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mimi.
Yes, good evening. On behalf of the taxpayers and residents of Fairfax, I would like to make the following comments. At tonight's rate hearing, you are asked to approve a 4.68% increase in Marin sanitary service bills that are paid by Fairfax customers for refuse collection. The R3 consultant reports table shows that embedded in those rates is a nearly $267,000 franchise fee and an additional $77,500 of other agency fees. These fees, all told, comprise 13% of Fairfax customers' 2024 Marin sanitary bills, and that amount is passed through in entirety to the town of Fairfax's general fund. The residents and businesses of your town don't get to vote on these fees. They rely on you to represent their interests, despite the fact that a substantial piece of their increased refuse payments end up in the town's coffers. Does this concern you, council? There are some documents you should evaluate and questions that you should have answers to and share with all of us before you vote to increase these rates. 1, have you looked at Zolly v. City of Oakland and considered making changes to your approaches to avert legal peril? 2, has anyone considered whether these fees might require a Prop 218 rate process or even voter approval? 3, where is the analysis to support the 13% fees? Without that justification, it could be considered a tax. 4, where is the underlying franchise agreement? You should be looking at it tonight. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mimi. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is PJ.
Thank you. I just wanted to note that I found the report and the materials pretty helpful in understanding what the fees are and how this rate is calculated. I think it would be nice to get a little bit more detail than just the 2 or 3 sentence summaries of each of the fees that are in the table 1 rate adjustment summary. But understand that there's a lot going on there. I am happy to hear that some of the town's residents are supportive of the model by which Marin Sanitary sets its rates and gets its profits, understanding that by contract, Marin Sanitary is capped at a maximum profit at 5%, no matter what, and is subject to extensive regulations on how it operates, what fees it can charge, and what its recourse is against the people it serves and for the people it serves. I also want to note it was great that one of the representatives of Marin Sanitary made a point of noting the successful labor negotiations that they had. I've always found that the Marin Sanitary workers to be extremely courteous and professional, and I appreciate their work for me as a resident of the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The last speaker on Zoom is Tuna Fish.
As usual, I think I've got a slightly different take on things. Lots of good comments and questions here. I'd just like to say it's like, waste. It's all once living, growing environments, air, water, and soil. We take our icky, sticky stuff and we wrap it in plastic and we stick it in plastic and then we stick in more plastic and we have somebody haul it away because we don't want to look at it. We don't want to deal with it. But where did it all come from? Where did all the stuff that's in our trash cans come from, and what's left of whatever environments that supplied it, which we used to be living whole environments? I mean, we got fires, we got lack of water, we got all kinds of environmental catastrophes and degradation. Bottom line is, do we really need most of the stuff that we're buying? And let's face it, the things that Marin County throws away, most of the world would treasure and fight over much of it. The things that I've seen in dumpsters and trash cans that, we consumer American society toss out, it's kind of sickening. Anyway, goes back to the other thing of where is in our society, in our consumptive everything, electrify this and ban this and that, where are we talking about conserving a darn thing? Where are we talking about dialing anything back? We live in the land and society of more and more and more, only limited by, our income. or how much money we have. And what is that doing to the living environment which support life as we think we know it? We got troubles. And yeah, we need trash service, we need recycling, we need compost. How many people even compost, their garden stuff? We've got a worm bin. There's too much waste, and waste is a bad word, period. It's like, saved by the bell.
Thank you, Sierra. That's all
We have
speakers.
two more hands.
Oh, there are two more. Okay.
Danielle.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yep. Yes.
Yeah, it's Darnell. But anyway, I just wanted to say I was kind of, I was listening and I heard, the proclamation against hate
Sorry,
earlier.
this is not the item that we're on anymore. We've moved on to waste management issues. So if
Are
you
y'all still
comment
doing
on-
public comment at the end?
Yes, at the end of the meeting.
Oh, okay, sorry, I thought we were there. Jeez.
No, sorry. Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Michael.
Yeah, I got an issue with waste in this town. There's a lot of waste at 2555 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, Unit 25. Thank you.
Great. So that was my old apartment for folks who were wondering. Okay, good to be doxxed. First time doxxed at a council meeting. So no more speakers?
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Great, we'll take it back to the dais here. Close the public hearing. Sorry, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And comments? Yes.
Related to the letter that MSS provided, I just wanted to note or thank you for explaining the insurance increase. That's enormous, and I'm sorry to see it. I'm curious to learn more about that, but I do appreciate you sharing that. I also wanted to note that I'm a stickler for customer experience, and you mentioned you're really proud of your labor agreement, and you should be proud, but you should also be very proud of the customer experience. You have people that actually answer the phone, which is such a rarity these days. And if you don't answer the phone, you leave a message, you actually get a call back within an hour or two. It's pretty phenomenal. And everybody is really courteous. So please don't change that. I really value it. And then I just, we've seen you all here before. The rate increases every year. We understand that. That's part of the contract. I would really appreciate just having more detail, and I don't know how to get that around the town of Fairfax's volume on, all of these things. My guess is that we index higher on organic waste and that kind of thing. My guess is that because we've always been at the forefront of that kind of thing. So I would love to just see the details on our garbage volume, broken out the way you do. And so if you could point our staff to how we can get that, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor.
I believe that information is in the annual report. Don't we usually get the volumes in that? Am I wrong?
Yes, we do. So we get an annual report once a year. It's a few months delayed because they have to collect the information. And then the last time we received an annual report, I put that in the consent calendar, I believe. So I'm happy to do that again, and also bring that forward just so it's more clear where it is.
And a couple things I wanted to mention was the CPI that is being used is for the portion that's for water, sewage, and trash. And also, as was pointed out, the 4.68% is less than that CPI. So I'm ready to make a motion unless there are other questions or comments.
I just had one. There were some comments and questions associated with other fees and franchise fees, but in the packet there was some reference to those other fees addressing some of those transportation or traffic impact fees, and then some of the franchise fees, how those address, other things like, I guess, would that be hiring like R3 or some of the administrative components of how we manage our waste management service in town. But I was wondering, Town Manager Abrams, since a couple of speakers asked about that, if you'd be able to say a few words on that.
So yes, it's typical for, and Fairfax is 100% general funds. So funds come in and then they are used appropriately for the different services. So services like managing the franchise, repairing the roads, those kinds of things. If you have specific questions, maybe, yourself or others can email me and I can get into more detail.
Okay, thank you. But I was happy to see in R3's report at least a paragraph explaining what some of those funds the fee funds go to. So thank you. I also just pulled up, Councilmember Hellman, that it was at our June 7th meeting, item number 16, where we received MSS's 2022 annual report that had all of the broken down information, which
nice.
I remember we requested it last year. So very glad to have that come in June. Thank you all at Marin Sanitary for that. And then one final thing I wanted to say, just extending gratitude to the whole team at Marin Sanitary, and just for the public and for the folks at MSS. The Pacific Sun magazine this past year said that the readership voted the Fairfax Festival the best festival in Marin County. And I think it is in no small part due to Marin Sanitary showing up all the time with the choreographed dances. So just wanted to thank you seriously so much for being a part of our community. It means a lot to all of us. Thank you. And with that.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution approving maximum rates collected by Marin Sanitary Service for solid waste services to be effective January 1st, 2024 in the town of Fairfax.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion Kohler, second Ackerman. Christine, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Blash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler.
Yes.
And Mayor Cutrano.
Yes.
All ayes. Motion passes.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. And thank you all for being here tonight. Okay, we're going to take another quick 5 minutes bathroom break, and then we'll come back and go through the regular agenda items. Thank you very much. Okay, I think we're going to get back to it since we're all excited. We made it through one item, but one item. Okay. Let's hope. Okay. We are back. Thank you all so much for being with us. We have concluded the public hearings. We're now moving on to the regular agenda. We are on item number 3, which is to adopt a resolution adopting fleet zero emissions policy. And that's coming from Mr. Sean Yura.
Good evening, Mayor Cutrano and Council. Give me just a second to pull up the presentation. Okay. All right, so good to be with you this evening. Tonight, I'll be discussing the proposed fleet zero emissions vehicle policy that was developed in collaboration with Public Works, Police, and Building Department staff. And before we get into the policy itself, I want to cover a few key terms that I'll be mentioning throughout the presentation to ensure we're all on the same page and avoid any confusion on the types of vehicles I'll be talking about. So first, key term is zero emission vehicles, which don't produce any exhaust emissions, and those include your battery electric vehicles and your fuel cell electric vehicles. The second type of vehicle are near zero emission vehicles, or NZEVs. These vehicles have both an engine and an electric motor and include hybrid electric vehicles and plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. And the last type of vehicle are internal combustion engine vehicles, which just have an engine that is powered by gasoline, diesel, etc. And the last term I wanted to mention is alternative fuels, which are any fuel other than traditional fuels like gasoline and diesel. And these should really be thought of as low emission fuels. So there are several driving factors for why a fleet zero emission vehicle policy is needed. First, the adopted climate action plan, the town's climate action plan, includes several measures to reduce transportation related greenhouse gas emissions, with the most significant measure being to transition to ZEVs for residents, businesses in the town. The Marin EV acceleration strategy also includes recommended strategies for increasing municipal fleet electrification, including adopting an EV fleet replacement policy. And accelerating this transition to zero emission vehicles is important to substantially reduce transportation related emissions, which is the largest sector in terms of emissions in Fairfax and continues to grow in terms of its percentage of total emissions compared to other sectors. Another important factor contributing to the development of this policy is the approval of the Advanced Clean Fleets regulation that you heard about earlier by the California Air Resources Board, or CARB, which requires a phased-in transition towards zero-emission medium and heavy-duty vehicles for fleets owned by state, local, and federal government agencies. The ACF regulation applies to medium and heavy-duty on-road fleet vehicles with the gross vehicle weight rating, or GVWR, greater than 8,500 pounds. The regulation requires that 50% of applicable vehicle purchases are zero emissions beginning on January 1st, 2024, and 100% of applicable vehicle purchases are zero emissions starting January 1st, 2027. However, since Fairfax has less than 10 medium or heavy-duty vehicles per the vehicle weight ratings determined in the vehicle inventory spreadsheet that's attached to the staff report, the town is technically exempt from complying with the purchasing and reporting requirements until 2027. Of course, we could voluntarily comply starting 2024 if we want. And I also want to note in the vehicle inventory spreadsheet that was attached, it is missing the two recently purchased hybrid Ford Explorers for the police department, but those would not be subject to the ACF regulation, as emergency vehicles are exempt from that. So CARB adopted this regulation to help accomplish the goals set in Executive Order N7920 that was signed by Governor Newsom, which set a statewide goal that 100% of in-state sales of new light-duty passenger vehicles be zero emission by 2035. And 100% of medium and heavy duty vehicles in the state be zero emission by 2045. And it makes sense to target these larger vehicles as they tend to have the largest emissions, as shown in the chart on the right. There are 6 key objectives that we are trying to achieve with this policy that are focused on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, saving the town money, optimizing the fleet size, ensuring compliance with the ACF regulation, and serving as a model for the community. A fleet manager would be established with the adoption of this policy, which would be the Public Works Director or their designee. The primary responsibilities of the fleet manager would include maintain the fleet vehicle inventory and submitting the annual compliance reports to CARB as required per the ACF regulation. And to ensure the policy is adhered to, a fleet advisory group consisting of Public Works, Police, Finance, and Climate and Environment Department staff would be established. They would also be responsible for developing and regularly updating the fleet replacement plan. If any additional zero emission vehicle fueling or charging infrastructure is needed, these infrastructure upgrades would be recommended to be included in the town's capital improvement program as well. And the finance department responsibilities are not included on this slide, but they essentially just cover things they're already doing as it relates to the accounting for fleet vehicles, and those are discussed in the policy. Getting into the requirements, the proposed policy is a ZEV first policy in which zero emission vehicles would be prioritized for procurement. If a zero emission vehicle isn't available, then the next lowest emission vehicle would be prioritized for procurement. The policy is also forward-looking and trying to future-proof our fleet by including a preference for procuring zero emission vehicles with bidirectional charging capability if costs are similar to a zero emission vehicle without that capability, and if it can meet all user needs. Those same considerations would be made when procuring EV charging stations to ensure that they have that bidirectional capability as well. Procuring an e-bike or downsizing a fleet vehicle are also included as preferences in the policy that will help reduce fleet management costs and promote active transportation when feasible. And lastly, in terms of preferences, leasing or buying used would be preferred over buying new vehicles, as this will help reduce the upfront cost associated with procuring zero emission vehicles for the fleet, would allow the vehicles to be replaced more often to keep pace with technological changes, and could accelerate the transition to zero emission vehicles in the fleet overall. The fleet advisory group would also be tasked with optimizing the fleet size by identifying unused, underutilized, or redundant vehicles in the fleet, and determining whether they should be removed from the fleet or potentially shared with other departments or agencies to increase their utilization. I'll discuss life cycle costs more on an upcoming slide, but the policy does include an analysis of vehicle life cycle costs when comparing zero emission vehicles versus non-zero emission vehicles to better evaluate the cost effectiveness of zero emission vehicle purchase. The last part of the policy is the exemptions, which fall under three general categories. One, a lack of available zero emission vehicle or NZEV near zero emission vehicle on the market. Two, a significant vehicle delivery delay of more than 6 months. And three, a significant delay in installing zero emission vehicle fueling or charging infrastructure. In all these exemption cases, the next lowest emission vehicle type would be prioritized for procurement if an exemption is granted by the fleet advisory group. As an example, if there are no zero emission vehicles or near zero emission vehicles, so hybrids on the market, currently that could be used as a police pursuit vehicle, which may be a required user need, then an exemption could be granted to purchase a vehicle that uses an alternative fuel like renewable diesel instead. These exemptions are important to ensure the policy is flexible enough and responsive to individual department needs and various scenarios that could occur when trying to procure zero emission vehicles for the fleet. So I want to discuss the life cycle vehicle costs a bit further, as I expect this is one of the more complicated aspects of the policy. So what are life cycle vehicle costs? These costs can include acquisition or purchase costs, registration fees, insurance costs, maintenance costs, fuel use, and other costs over the anticipated lifetime of the vehicle. We know that the acquisition costs for zero emission vehicles, such as the ones in the table on the upper right, tend to be higher than for equivalent internal combustion engine vehicles. In fact, for the vehicles analyzed in the table, where the EV model was compared to an equivalent internal combustion engine model, the average percent difference was just over 20%, meaning that EVs are 20% more expensive than the ICE vehicles. However, when we analyze the life cycle costs of EVs compared to ICE vehicles, the life cycle costs for ICE vehicles tend to be higher, while at the same time there are significant incentives available for EVs that can lower the total cost for those vehicles. And this is illustrated in the bottom right figure from PG&E that shows the total cost of ownership of a 20 vehicle diesel fleet compared to a 20 vehicle EV fleet when the life cycle costs, resale value, or residual value and incentives are all factored in which the EV fleet has a lower total cost of ownership. And this is why the policy includes an analysis of life cycle costs, because just analyzing the acquisition costs is not sufficient to determine the true long-term cost effectiveness of purchasing a zero-emission vehicle versus a non-zero emission vehicle. In the last slide, I want to just talk about significant funding opportunities available for fleets to purchase zero-emission vehicles or hybrids near zero-emission vehicles, including programs from PG&E, the Transportation Authority of Marin, the California Clean Vehicle Rebate Project, and a new funding source from the federal government that provides up to $7,500 per vehicle, which is available now through 2032. And in the example, and I just want to include example, if we go back to the cost for the different EVs, if you look at for a Nissan Leaf, it was about $28,000, right? If you include just the Transportation Authority of Marin, CVRP, and that federal incentive, that could reduce the total cost to $16,000 versus a comparable Nissan Sentra is about $20,000. So now you're talking about the EV actually being cheaper than the gas equivalent model when you add in those available incentives. And that's not even factoring in the life cycle costs.
And is that just for fleets or is that for individuals as well?
Individuals can apply for the $7,500 federal tax credit as well. That's now available through the Inflation Reduction Act.
Thank you.
As well as the state vehicle rebate, but there's about to be a wait list come November 8th for the state one. I checked today, but so
yeah, and MC also has I think some funding available for lower income.
That's actually for lower income, so
Yeah,
it wouldn't be applicable here probably for most folks.
Yeah.
Sean, the federal, the 7,500 one, is that, is there any limit on?
How many vehicles?
Yeah.
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then it'll be upfront come January 1st, because currently it's a tax credit, but
so through the Inflation Reduction Act, tax exempt organizations like local governments can now receive what's called direct pay, which essentially the town would file a tax return to the IRS, and the IRS would send the town of Fairfax a check for the reimbursable amount, in this case, $7,500 for the vehicle purchase. And it applies to renewable energy, applies to lots of other things covered under the Inflation Reduction Act. So it's a really significant source of funding that's now available.
One other question, since we're on the funding stuff, is I know the Air District has like very high, like a high dollar value program for like old vehicles, like turning in old vehicles and getting, I don't know, like upwards of $9,000 back or so. You know, it's like taking heavy polluter old vehicles, pre-90s vehicles or pre-95 vehicles. Do you know if municipalities can take advantage of that Air District program, or is that only for individuals?
I think that's just for individuals,
Okay.
and it might be just for lower income as well.
Okay, thank you.
I used to manage that program and they ran out of money pretty quickly. So it's something to check into if you're doing it as an individual where you want to give up your old car, but it's look for everything you can.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the slide
There's
shift. And
also-
this is not meant to be exhaustive either. There's new state, federal funding coming available all the time. And that well, in summary, I just want to say the adoption of this policy would help implement several measures from the town's climate action plan, the Marin EV acceleration strategy, ensure compliance with that new state regulation, save the town money through reduced fuel and maintenance costs, and would serve as a model for the community by transitioning to zero emission vehicles in a timely and cost effective manner. So staff recommends that the council adopt the resolution to adopt the fleet zero emission vehicle policy. And I'd be happy to take more questions.
Thank you. Yes, Vice Mayor.
So just a question, Sean, I had raised the issue about the 2 hybrids for police. And number one, are we going to update that on the website so it's correct? But before you answer that, is the rest of that inventory correct? Because we replaced some vehicles. So I'm wondering if the police inventory might have a couple of old ones that we got rid of when we got those 2 hybrids.
The latest inventory I got from Chief Tabranza included the 2 additional hybrid vehicles, and I don't believe they got rid of any vehicles. So
they did get rid of some vehicles, but I'm guessing what you're saying is the inventory is correct with that addition.
Yeah, that's the latest version I have from him. And then the I believe the public works vehicles are accurate.
And so are we posting that revised version so it's clear that we have the two hybrids along with the Mach-E?
Yeah, I think we can, you're talking about to this agenda item or to,
Well, I think we should have a corrected version. This is not correct. It's
Yes,
not
that
correct
is
because there were two hybrids that were bought a couple of years ago on the police thing. So if we could get that corrected on the website, that would be helpful.
okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we go to public comment?
Yeah, I'm going to ask if you can reiterate. So we're just talking about the public fleet here, because I know we've talked a lot about the movement to electrification for residences, for, people around town, but we're just talking about the town of Fairfax's public fleet.
Yes, yes. So we're just talking about our public works vehicles. We have one building inspector vehicle that Mark Lockaby uses, and then our police fleet of vehicles.
Right. And then public safety. So we're not talking about fire department.
Right. That's not their separate entity. We don't have any control over their vehicles.
Right. And then for our police department, I understand that there are some vehicles that, we can be slower on because they may not accommodate what the police need. So it's not like it's a wholesale. We just got to jump on it right away. Right.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's the whole point of the policy is to be flexible. So again, if there's not a zero emission vehicle, an EV that works for the police department, then they would then prioritize looking for a hybrid type vehicle, which they have, right, for those two new vehicles. And then, and if those aren't available to meet their needs, then the next best thing would be something that uses an alternative fuel like renewable diesel.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, we have gone over this in the Climate Action Committee, and so I don't have any questions at this point, but I appreciate your work on it.
Great. Okay, with that, we will open public comment for item number 3 related to the fleet zero emissions policy. So we'll go to folks in the room first, and then we'll go to folks on Zoom.
Hi, Todd Greenberg. So once again, this town council is very aspirational. And that's a good thing when there's reality in the room. I want to ask you before you rubber stamp approve this, as is the way here. A couple of questions. Do you have any statistics from PG&E on how much the power has gone out in Fairfax? Because it's my experience that Fairfax has some of the worst power in the county, probably equivalent to or maybe beyond Sausalito's. I'd like to ask this council to get the statistics from PG&E for the past 10 years as to what the power outages have been here in Fairfax. And the reason that you need to do that is because you are looking to transition to an all EV fleet with a really aggressive program here. What's going to happen? I ask you, an emergency, what is going to happen when there is no power to power these EVs? My power was out for 4 days here last year. How is that going to work here? You've got the cart before the horse once again. There are solutions, real world solutions that are out there that are PZEV vehicles. He's discussed some of these. Sean's mentioned that these are possibilities. The automakers are rolling back their EV plans. Did you get the news? Anyone here read those stories recently? Ford is not pursuing it the way they were pursuing it. What are you going to do in an emergency here when you can't charge these EVs? Has anyone asked that common sense question? Make it make sense, please. The only generator the town has is 10 years old. Is that going to do the job? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Frank Ager from the Cascades. The United Auto Workers Union has just settled a long strike with Ford, Dodge, and General Motors. A huge issue was who's producing the electric vehicles and their components. I urge you to add one more condition to your policy, that the town of Fairfax will only purchase union-built EVs, and they have to be built in the US of A. Also, police vehicles run 24/7, shift to shift. How many more vehicles will we need in Fairfax to have a fully charged police vehicle ready for the next shift? You know, you're going to need more than I think what we have in order to keep them fully charged, waiting for the next shift. It'd be terrible to run out of juice if they're making an emergency run someplace. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Next speaker.
Mark Bell, I have some questions. Maybe you'll actually even ask them. Fleet manager, is that going to be like a title? Is that going to carry extra compensation? Or are we adding someone as a half-time or full-time employee to deal with that? That's a question that needs to be answered. How much is it for a charging station? Is it going to be the same type of charging that we already have? Because I know that everyone likes to have their own little system to do things, so that you have to kind of cater to that. Why isn't there being talked about a requirement for these vehicles having no cobalt in their batteries? Or don't we, I guess maybe Black lives in Democratic Republic of Congo don't matter. But that's something that needs to be pursued. And actually the most interesting thing was that I guess they relabeled biodiesel to, what's it called again? Yeah, right. So yeah, biodiesel with its new name, zero pollution. Diesel engines last an incredibly long period of time and are extremely powerful. And I think maybe for large ones, we should look at pursuing that, because it's going to be a lot cheaper, even with the rebates. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Town Council. Thank you, Town Council. I actually would like to support what Mark Bell and Frank Ager mentioned in terms of being American made or union made. I very much strongly support that sentiment. Into that other comment about cart before the horse, I know that I'm not aware, but I know that you guys are working on electrifying and doing solar electricity for the town. I have found that to be very beneficial to save on my PG&E, and if I had an electric vehicle, it would save on the cost of using electric vehicles. So I strongly support you guys looking into that. On the final point, since we still have carbon fuels, again, I don't know what your contract has for purchasing gasoline, but I would strongly urge you to purchase locally from one of the two stations that you're trying to kind of sideline. I would recommend that local government purchase their services locally, and in this respect, the remaining gas contract, if there is one, to be purchased from our local gas stations to help support those family businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Council. One, I'd like to compliment John on his presentation. Even though there's parts that I would certainly contest, I think he did a really good job and it's very educational. The part that I'd bring up, if you take out all the incentives, which is really our collective tax money, and you look at the longevity and lack of recycling of some of these batteries, as well as the scar it puts on the earth, electric vehicles are really not an answer. And that's why, brought up earlier, I believe Ford is diminishing their output by 1/3, and this might be true of Volvo, General Motors, and others. What I would strongly encourage is that we look at solid oxide fuel cells as an interim, and we look at hydrogen. That is a much better alternative. If we need to buy vehicles at the present time, I think that a hybrid model is certainly worthy of looking at. When I spoke to the CHP, I took a class of kids through that last year, They figure that'll take them 3 times the vehicles to keep charged vehicles on their approximately 260-mile round trips here in the Bay Area. So we might look at 3 for 1 for each vehicle. I also spoke to the fire department, I believe over 6 months ago. And at that time, there was one alternative truck to look at from, I think, Switzerland, but they said that it could not hold up. So for our high capacity vehicles, such as the garbage and our fire trucks, we really need to look at the future, which is hydrogen. And currently we need to keep the gas. Those are not alternatives for these higher capacity, greater weight, and greater demand vehicles. And our electricity is not environmentally friendly. We have now extended the life expectancy of 2 nuclear power plants in the state of California that exceeds its lifespan. We should really consider the impact of those failures also. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi there, Philip Salivary, Scenic Road. I want to mention something that some of the folks who've spoken tonight have touched on. We are the wealthiest country in the world. We're in one of the wealthiest, probably the wealthiest state in this nation, and we're in one of the most wealthy counties in the state. And I think that before you decide to electrify the fleet, I think you need to look at where those electric vehicles come from. I urge you all to go onto Instagram and just punch in cobalt mining Africa and see what's going on there to bring these electrical vehicles to market in the most wealthy country in the world, in the most wealthy state in the world, and probably the most wealthy county in the state. That has to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on Zoom for the electric vehicle item?
Yes, Mayor. The first speaker is PJ.
Hey, thank you. I just wanted to echo and support Frank Edgar's comments in adding a requirement to this that any electric vehicles purchased by the town, frankly, it's, I guess, a separate matter, any vehicles in general purchased by the town, be union made. I think this is a strong show of support in light of the UAW's recent victory in its historic stand-up strike in getting commitments to require union labor at electric vehicle and electric charging facilities in the U.S. I think we should support the UAW in those efforts, and we should certainly support union-made electric vehicle adoption with the town's resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Tuna Fish.
To Todd's, point, can the EVs possibly be charged by the town generator if the power is out? And or what will it take to convert the generator and charging systems to accomplish that? Yes on EVs, yes on American made. But what will be the condition of our terrible roadways? Maybe we need horses. I don't know. Michael made some good points as well. What about the batteries? What about, Diablo Canyon nuclear? It's like, are we perhaps just trading our current disasters and problems for others in our, in our manifest density? I say manifest density on purpose because we are pretty dense. For being forward thinking and thinking about the future, we sure seem to make the same mistakes over and over again. And we really don't take care of the bottom line, which is the commons of nature, which supports all of it, which is what I keep going back to, be it our trash cans, be it our economy, be it our EVs, be it our solar panels, be it nuclear, whatever. What are we consuming? What are we throwing away? And how are we living and treating each other? Maybe we can just start chewing bubble gum and patching our roads together or go back to dirt or something. But when I look at the world, I see basic materials in pretty short supply and high demand, which goes back into trash and resource recovery too. But how do we conserve it, and what do we really need? We've got a problem. We've got a lot of problems. I hope we can work together and do something about it. And it's not simple. Potlucks, not wars.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Liz.
Just a point, the front door is locked on the outside, so I don't know who has a key for that.
Could manually change it. But yeah, Liz, please.
Hi, I just want to make sure that we are not painting ourselves into corners regarding deadlines about converting to zero emission vehicles. And other people have already addressed a few of the issues with that. One, all three of our major American automakers have said they're delaying their ramp up of EV builds. I fully support what Frank Egger said about if we're going to do this, it's got to be American made, it's got to be union. I have a very deep concern about the how the EV batteries are being built, and the mining that's going on in other countries is very distressing to me. My electrician tells me that it would cost me personally northward of $10,000 just to get PG&E to upgrade my service to switch from a gas tankless water system to an electric tankless water system. I missed a couple minutes of Sean's great presentation, and maybe he addressed this, but PG&E is openly admitting that they are months behind in upgrading, residential homes, et cetera, et cetera. I just don't think that we're being realistic. So, just kind of back off of the timeline situation as best you can and keep your options open. Don't paint yourself into a corner on this, because going forward, I think this might be more problematic rather than less problematic. And yeah, that's all I'll say for now, except for hydrogen fuel, people. You ought to keep that as an option. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rick.
Good evening, Council. This is Rick Hamer, and I am talking to you completely solar powered and off the grid, 100%. And I just want to emphasize, you can do this. This can be done. And there's a few conditions. I agree with Mr. Egger about being American made and union made. I agree with Philip Salaveri, where he emphasized that you should make a extreme point when you request your these vehicles that they do have a good pedigree when it comes to ethical recovery of the components to build batteries. And I also want to emphasize that your power to power these EVs should be 100% sustainable and not purchased from PG&E. So whatever capacity you need to power these EVs, you should make sure that you have infrastructure, solar powered, renewable energy to create that many kilowatt hours of whatever these chargers will need. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Michael.
Buck Israel.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Okay, we'll take it back to the dais here. Quick question for Sean before we dive deeply into this. How easy would it be to incorporate the union-made condition? I know that the IIJA already, or maybe it's the IRA, already has like 75% American-made or American, put together for
domestic content.
Yes, domestic content. Thank you. So there are already some of those things baked into the laws at a higher level, and we're just adding additional things for us locally. But the union made thing, is that something that can easily be amended in this resolution?
And if I could just piggyback on that, a lot of the things in this policy as it's proposed right now are preferences. We would prefer this, but if we can't get it, we go down to the next. Maybe union made could be a preference that way. I'm just wondering, just a suggestion.
Great suggestion.
I would agree. I would recommend including as a preference rather than a requirement. And my only concern would be just whether that if we made a requirement, whether that would potentially limit the available vehicles that might work for our fleet. So there might be a great zero emission vehicle available, and then if it's not union made,
because some of our vehicles are specialized and aren't that many choices.
Right. Right. So, but I think including as a preference could make sense.
Yeah, I think that's a great suggestion. Thank you. And just a couple other quick things, Sean, and then I'll let my colleagues add some comments or questions. EV charging, we have submitted a grant to PG&E for the resilience hub for the pavilion and for thinking through. I mean, we've been submitting that, putting that on a bunch of different lists for different agencies to try to get more money to do that, to have backup battery power connected to level 2 or possibly in the future DC fast charging or level 3 charging for fleets that would accommodate some of the concerns for quick charging for emergency service vehicles. But I was wondering if you could speak to some of the incentives out there, because I know on TAM, I'm told time and time again that our main function on the Transportation Authority of Marin is to dole out dollars for public agency charging stations. And I know MCE has also dovetailed a program with that. So could you speak to some of the public charging dollars or infrastructure?
Yeah. And there's a couple of things I can talk about there. Number one, I forget if I put in my quarterly report, but we did reserve both the Transportation Authority of Marin and the MCE EV charging rebates for the 3 EV chargers that we plan to install in the town hall parking lot for our fleet of vehicles. And that will cover over half the cost of the installation of those chargers and the electrical upgrades. So just those 2 programs alone will cover over half the cost. We did apply also for the Bay Area Air Quality Management District charge program. We unfortunately didn't get that grant. There's many other sources of funding out there. We, like the mayor said, we applied for the PG&E Resilience Hub grant. We're still waiting to hear back if we receive the award on that. That would help cover some of the costs associated with developing a microgrid, powered by solar and batteries at pavilion. And just in terms of the backup power concerns, so one things we've been looking at as a short-term measure is to connect the town hall generator, which is currently maxed out, I think, in terms of loads, but seeing if we can share some of the loads or reduce some of those loads so that the EVs could be the chargers could be powered by that in the case of a power outage. And then of course the long-term goal is to develop multiple microgrids is what we've been talking about, and the Public Works building would be connected through one of those microgrids powered by solar with battery storage, battery energy storage. So that would be able to island from the main grid if there's any kind of power outage. So we're working on both, short-term interim measures and then the long-term vision that we have to develop microgrids here.
Awesome. Thank you. And I had one more question, this one for Town Manager Abrams. Question about the fleet manager title and how rich one gets with that illustrious title. But I was wondering if you could speak to that. It sounded to me immediately like it would be just another sort of designation or responsibility under Public Works Director Umbertus's current job, or he would designate that to one of our other amazing staff members like Mr. Yura. Could you speak a little bit to that, if there's any additional money associated with that, or is it just another responsibility under the current job?
Absolutely. So it's not a job title, so to speak. It doesn't come with any additional money or anything like that. It's really a task that is assigned to the Public Works Director. And so he's already performing that. He's not asking for anything extra. That wasn't the vision there. And he actually has already started to make sure that our current EV chargers are backed up so that we're not worried about that. And I also wanted to mention, he's one of the people who makes sure that the current solar system, which is on the top of the pavilion and provides power for us and has for, I think, 15 or more years, is in good shape and continues to operate. So I don't anticipate any problems with that. That isn't costing us any extra money.
And no extra personnel. It's falls under the current personnel.
Exactly.
Great, thank you. And then one other thing, since the first speaker did bring up the power outage issue, and I know that isn't, we all know that was an issue because we had meetings at the beginning of the year that we literally could not hold, or meetings last year where the power just went out here in the Women's Club. And Town Manager Abrams and I did meet with PG&E and had a number of meetings. I don't want to get too deep into it because it's not agendized, but I think it would be great. We have a bunch of data that PG&E gave us about their ongoing efforts to avoid outages in the future, and perhaps we could bring that report that PG&E produced for us for the next agenda on consent or something as an informational item, and put it on the website for community members to see what work PG&E is doing.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And we do use that consent calendar a lot for informational items, additional things that, are not required for reporting, but really, are meant to inform the public. So I'd be happy to do that.
Great, excellent. Thank you all for letting me take a couple comments and questions first. Any others? Councilmember Ackerman?
So thank you for mentioning the microgrid and Town Manager Abrams as well. So that is just to respond to some of the concerns that we maybe don't have a plan for what we do when the power goes down. There's a pretty extensive work that we've been doing on that, and I think it will come to pass. We do currently have solar on the pavilion, which is a pretty substantial solar array, about 31 kilowatts. And there's then the problem with that is it's not battery backed right now. And so once that basic change is made that it can be backed up, then we will have a pretty solid amount of power when the grid is down. So just wanted to say that. And then the other comment just is that with regard to nuclear, which some people have mentioned, and different people have different thoughts about nuclear at this point, given the carbon concerns that nuclear addresses. But in any case, MCE, which the town operations are on MCE, in fact, on MCE deep green, but whether you're on deep green or not, MCE has a policy of not procuring any nuclear power. So you can consider yourself exempt from that. Okay, that's it. Otherwise, I support the policy and would
Can I just, I don't want to go off track, but so I'm the longest serving member on MCE at this time. There's been tremendous turnover in members, and MCE has really grown. There's 37 jurisdictions with 2 more going to be added. And I will tell you that some of the new members have asked to revisit the policy on not procuring nuclear. So I'll be one of those people fighting that. But when and if that comes up, and I think it will, I'm hoping that members of the public will weigh in. But I also want to add just a couple of things. We did adopt a couple of months ago a proclamation or resolution on moving towards bidirectional charging when that is available, and it's not yet available for us. But so there's a lot going on here for the microgrids, the fact that we already have solar. And the fact that you're looking into how we can use the generator in times where we may have power outages. And I know one of the things PG&E is doing is, and they're not my favorite, trying to limit the power outages. For example, the PSPS that we had, and I believe it was 2018, that we were out for 4 days. So that was pretty hard. So I'm supportive of this with the one preference for union made, and I'm happy to make a motion, but I think there's other folks ready to deliberate.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify something because I heard someone say something about fire engines and garbage trucks, and we don't actually have any jurisdiction over the garbage trucks other than that we have a vendor that uses them, right? So we're not converting them to, and then also fire, again, not something that we're going to be having the power to ask them to make their fire engines electric, right? They're their own.
Right. Yeah. Ross Valley Fire is responsible for their fleet, and Marin Sanitary is responsible for their fleet.
Exactly.
And we
Right.
don't, have any jurisdiction over that.
Right.
Fire uses biodiesel, I'll add.
Yeah. And I'm sure Marin Sanitary will do its best to be sustainable. Okay. Let's see. The other thing I wanted to just clarify. So, I mean, we're talking about electrification, but this is really about going to zero emission vehicles. So it doesn't necessarily have to be electrification if the technology becomes available. Is that correct?
Yeah, and that's part of the reason to not call it an electrification policy. Again, I want to reiterate that hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicles are zero emission vehicles. They don't emit any exhaust emissions. So those would be included in this. And then, in theory, if a zero carbon fuel were to be developed, in the future, like there's newer alternative fuels being developed, renewable gasoline and things like that, those could also potentially be utilized and considered as a zero emission vehicle. So that's why the wording choice was, to focus on zero emission rather than electrification.
Great, thanks. Because I think people have brought up these interesting ideas in the audience, and those are not precluded by what we're doing here. And then finally, I was a couple of things. So for the slideshows, if the graphics and the tables could be a little bigger, it'd be great, because I have a hard time seeing them from up here. I've read the report very carefully, so I kind of know what they said, but it would be great for members of the public to be able to see them, especially like that pie chart that shows what percent of greenhouse gases are emitted by transportation, and also the chart that does the comparison between a ICE vehicle and a EV. That would be helpful, just so that people could see a little bit more clearly what the comparisons were. And then finally, I was wondering if you could just kind of really quickly let us reiterate what the state law, what's happening with state law, and when transitions are encouraged and required for, like, say, a town of our size.
So as I mentioned in the presentation, because there's an exemption in the advanced clean fleets regulation, if you have less than 10 medium or heavy duty vehicles, then you actually have until 2027 to comply with both the purchasing requirements and the reporting requirements to the Air Resource Board. And for basically all other, if you have more than 10 vehicles, then that date is January 1st, 2024, when that regulation takes effect. And again, just to reiterate, that's in 2024, it's 50% of applicable vehicle purchases have to be zero emissions. And that includes, like, hybrid type vehicles would qualify. And then in 2027, it's 100% of purchases, medium and heavy duty vehicle purchases have to be zero emissions in 2027. So effectively what that means for Fairfax is, if we choose to comply in 2027, then 100% of any of our medium or heavy duty vehicles would have to be zero emission vehicles. If we purchase replacement vehicles, but those could also be hybrid vehicles.
Right. So this is not something we just generated as a town council to come forward with. We're working with state law. Okay, that's good. And then the final thing I'm going to ask is, a lot of people have raised concerns about the conditions under which some of the materials for the batteries are, what kind of conditions they're mined in. are there any guide rails or anything that we have that can help ensure that we are trying to get ethically sourced, for lack of a better term, batteries or vehicles that have that type of technology?
Yeah, I mean, this is something that is actually being addressed more at the state and federal level. For example, the Advanced Clean Cars 2 regulation, also adopted by the California Resource Board, will require manufacturers of zero emission vehicles and hybrids to include a label on the vehicle battery that provides key information about the elements, the chemical composition of the batteries, because right now it's not exactly transparent. And that'll ensure that, well, number one, that what materials are going into those batteries, and that, in terms of sustainable sourcing. And there's also new battery chemistries being developed that a lot of manufacturers are transitioning to, such as cobalt-free batteries. So there's the lithium iron phosphate, or LFP, batteries that are cobalt-free. I think Tesla and a few others are already implementing those kind of batteries in their electric vehicles. And I expect that that's going to continue. And then also, I think it's important to a lot of people. I think there's a bit of misunderstanding that, especially these critical elements like cobalt and lithium aren't being recycled, and they are, because these are valuable materials. So the plastics, that are used in the batteries and vehicles aren't necessarily recycled, but any scrap metal, aluminum, steel is being recycled. The lithium, cobalt, nickel, those are valuable materials that are being separated out through processes and are basically resold or reused into new batteries. And the last thing I'll just mention is that even when a EV reaches its expected end of life, which would be like, around 75% of its original capacity, there's an opportunity to use those batteries potentially as stationary batteries that could provide, for example, backup power to a home or to various buildings. So that's still, I don't think that's been implemented very widely, but that's certainly something that jurisdictions could look into, is, just because the battery capacity might be reduced, but you could still use it as a backup battery and have a second life for that battery, essentially.
If that's all the questions, I just have one final one. I know Vice Mayor Kohler has offered to make a motion on this. Just for a process question, Sean. So we have this fleet advisory group. Is the idea that the members of the fleet advisory group would basically keep track of our current fleet, and then at time of replacement, y'all would bring a recommendation to the budget workshop in the spring or something like that, to let the town council know that, here's a vehicle that needs to be like, this is something that the police department and Police Chief Tabaranza do frequently at those budget workshops. But I was just wondering, is that the sort of way you're thinking of, annually just checking on things and giving an update on time of replacement, so we have a better sense of how to budget for these things?
So one of the next steps, if this policy is adopted, is to then work on a fleet replacement plan. And so that's going to take basically our vehicle inventory and look at, when those vehicles will ideally be replaced, what a suitable replacement vehicle would be that's compliant with this policy, and whether, we're going to need additional charging infrastructure to support any additional EVs in the fleet. And that's all going to feed into that annual budgeting process and into our capital improvement program in terms of installing any additional charging infrastructure. So that'll be basically a separate spreadsheet that lays out, it's all discussed in the policy what that fleet replacement plan will include. But that will be kind of our guiding document, and that will be a collaborative effort among the departments, with these vehicles, to make sure that plan is completed, and then that we're properly budgeting for any of those new vehicles.
Awesome. Yeah. Great. Super excited about new systems for keeping track of some of these things. So thank you so much with that.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution adopting a fleet zero emissions vehicle ZEV policy with the addition of a preference inserted for union-made vehicles.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion Kohler, second Blash. Could I have a roll call vote, Christine?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Councilmember Blash,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler,
Yes.
and Mayor Cutrano.
Yes.
All ayes, motion passes.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Sean, for all that you do. With that, we'll move on to item number 4, which is a petition from some residents, and it is an opportunity to discuss and consider that petition submitted per town code regarding implementation of rent control ordinances and direct staff as appropriate. Town Manager Abrams, do you want to speak on it? And then we'll invite Philip to speak after, or Michael? Okay.
Yeah, I'll just turn it over to them. I know it's getting late, so.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Michael, please.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Just one comment. I don't know if you guys noticed the lighting in here is just terrible. I don't know if these are high efficiency LEDs or something, but maybe we ought to check on that. I'm getting old. It's getting late, so I will try to be brief. I'm Michael Sexton, the director of REN Residents and FairfaxResidents.org. I previously addressed earlier tonight the auspicious anniversary of the start of extra rent control a year ago. My perspective is that the data and the studies by numerous economists indicate that rent control in general and the extra rent control that you guys have imposed upon the town residents causes unnecessary harm to housing providers, homeowners, and tenants alike. With this, it is with this perspective that I want to address the basic good governance dictates that before a policy is implemented, not only should you determine who the policy helps and harms, but you should also project the actual financial costs and understand what benefits those expenditures are actually creating. With a policy like extra rent control that is wide-ranging and affecting so many people and their livelihoods, it's imperative to understand this and explain and justify these costs to the public. I still would hope that you can justify the increase in Marin Sanitary and what they get what they're getting next year, and compare that to the half of that the housing providers are able to increase and with their yearly rent increases. But even though extra rent control policy is on the books, to date there has been no resolution of expenditure for specifically implementing these policies. I see this as a good thing. As yet, no money has been wasted or diverted from other higher priority programs. I want to extend my appreciation to our town manager, who on September 6th explained that on PDF page 44 of the 2023-2024 budget, there is stated a partial list of projected expenses for implementing extra rent control. In case members of the public were not able to stay awake at 10 p.m. For that meeting, I want to briefly go over those numbers. To recap, the town attorney estimated that $22,000 was already spent on the legal fees from 2022 to 2023 to consult on legal issues of the ordinances. But to implement the policy, the registration software is initially $25,000 to start and $25,000 per year. The housing provider tenant information services were $36,000 a year. The contract with the Rent Control Board for hearings is maxed out at $40,000 per year. Legal aid of Marin, where it's zero for the first 18 months, they have an estimate, or I have an estimate about $40,000 a year for their services. Staff to review and approve registration. Managed program contractors provide town expertise. It's the budget it's unclear that how many new staff are needed. And what the cost will be, but previous estimates were about $40,000 a year. Mailing, enforcement, furniture, supplies, etc., is not accurately known, but we can just estimate, let's say, another $40,000 per year. So even with this uncertainty, It's estimated that the infrastructure for implementation will be between $160,000 and $220,000 a year. Again, this is what was written in the projected costs as a note in the published town budget if implementation was to go forth. Again, there's no resolution of expenditure to actually spend that money at the moment. I want to note that on September 6th, the council member Kohler did request that these numbers be published on a one-pager and accessible to the public. And I want to thank you for that, council member Kohler. This was also agreed to at least by Mayor Coltrano, but to my knowledge, the request of that one pager of the breakdown of expenses has not been created. Please let me know if I'm mistaken in that regard. Mayor Coltrano has also stated on September 6th that the rent control subcommittee started with a guesstimate of 2 to 3 rental disputes per year. As a side note, personally, I'm fine with starting with a guesstimate and working from there. I'm perfectly fine with that. So if we say that there are, let's say, 4 disputes per year, that means collectively we would be spending about $45,000 to $50,000 on each one of those disputes. Take the total estimated yearly budget divided by 4. There you go. The point of all this is to simply ask 2 questions. First, does the benefit of extra rent control infrastructure justify the high cost of implementation? And second, does the potential repeal of these ordinances in November of 2024 mean that the town council should wait to see about the outcome of the vote before committing to these yearly expenses? To put it in layman's terms, can't we just wait and commit not to spending money on these on the furtherance of extra rent control policies until it's determined that the town has the needed money without further taxing the residents or diverting funds from other accounts, and until the will of the people becomes fully known? I would love to use that money for, again, a lot of other purposes other than this. But this is what the residents ask to be discussed tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to ask Town Manager Abrams. So we had asked that there would be a one-pager pulled out of the budget that would be on the website. I personally haven't looked for it. Is it on there?
You're right. I haven't done it. I'm sorry.
Okay. Could we do that subsequent to this? Because I think we asked for that a little while ago. That'd be great. Thank you. And I think we have a page with the FAQs updated and some of the other materials updated. So I think that's a good place for it.
Yes, and just for anyone who's watching, if you go onto our website and search renter protection, you'll get right to that page.
Okay, so hopefully we can do that in the next week or so. Thank you.
Thank you. It is, for the record, publicly available online. It's just in the budget. And so we're going to pull it out of the budget and have a separate standalone. So you don't have to go into the budget to look at again, their assumptions, their initial conversations with folks to get rough estimates of what different pieces cost. It's not hard numbers, but sorry, Town Manager Abrams, look like you want to say something.
Yeah, I appreciate you pointing that out. And I just want to note for anyone who might be watching, you can also find our budget by searching budget. And then I had mentioned the PDF page, but I don't have it with me. If you could just let me talk, I would really appreciate it. On the paper copy, it is page 27.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for staff? We can go to public comment. Okay. We'll go to public comment on this item. Philip?
Mr. Mayor, you and Council Member Hellman accused me of lying about the numbers you used to determine rent control was justifiable and affordable at the previous town council agenda meeting. I quoted from a detailed spreadsheet that DSA activist Kurt Reese sent former Mayor Hellman and CEC'd you, Mr. Mayor. And I quoted a Town of Fairfax staff report dated September 2, 2022, showing $76,000 estimate dollars to be paid to the City of Berkeley Rent Board for adjudicating disputes here in Fairfax, and an additional $40,000 to be paid for legal aid of Marin to represent tenants in Fairfax. I understand these numbers are not real numbers, as you and Ms. Hellman have stated. Everyone knows these numbers are made up numbers. But here's the important part, Mr. Mayor. You and Ms. Hellman relied on these numbers when you voted to enact rent control. I repeat, you and Ms. Hellman relied on these numbers when you voted to enact rent control. You cannot have it both ways. It is disingenuous to both rely on and at the same time disavow the very numbers you used to arrive at your conclusion that rent control was justifiable and affordable. There are now just 12 months before the citizens of Fairfax will vote this up or down at the ballot box in November 2024. I urge you to show restraint and wait to hear from the residents before you implement. At a minimum, the people of Fairfax have the right to know how our taxpayer money will be spent. And this is why I'd like you to provide a comprehensive, realistic estimate of the cost of implementing the ordinances before spending one more dime of our money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Susan Malloy, and I'm a tenant here in Fairfax. And I want to first off thank you for passing the ordinances last year and for working through all the issues this year. It's a great service to our people. A lot of us on the side of tenants feel that it is very important that the staff and the council come up with a plan to implement this. And we would agree, it's okay. It's good to have the financial information as well. But this is very important protections for people to stay in their homes. And we don't want to have to wait another year before it's implemented. I spoke to the San Anselmo Council on behalf of CARA, which is California Alliance for Retired Citizens, or for retired Californians. And they're very concerned about seniors. They said that there's in their silver paper on housing, they said there's 1.7 million senior households in California that pay more than 50% of their income in rent. So we're really talking about the impact of these things, that it is not just impacting landlords, but it impacts people and keeps them in their homes. And I think that also when you do implement this, it'd be important to have information available in Spanish, because we have so many people in our town who would need that too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. On behalf of people who work for a living with their hands and with their backs and need a place to live that they can be secure about the rent and afford, I want to thank you guys for enacting the rent control and just cause eviction ordinances. And I'd hope that you could implement them as soon as possible. And I've watched these Zoom meetings I've watched these on Zoom for a while from home, and I can't help but notice the abuse and vitriol that you people have been absorbing. And you have my sympathy. People of goodwill can have discussions when they disagree about things and keep it civil. And I've seen some pretty brutal treatment of you guys, and I don't think you deserve it. And I want to express my sympathy with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Todd Greenberg here. So we've all talked about this quite a lot before, and things still seem to be getting lost, and things don't seem to be getting done. Sort of miffed. Why, when this has been requested, why does this have to come up twice? Why does it not get done by the town manager? Why isn't this run like a business when you're responsible, when you have a fiduciary duty to the people, to the taxpayers of Fairfax? Why? Make it make sense, please. This has been your baby, your DSA baby, to push these things forward. But there's been a hesitation to be forthright with the people. We don't understand why you're not being forthright. Now, that being said, the point was made that this is out of scale. If there's 4 issues, 4 incidents in a year, you're really seriously, truly contemplating spending 50 grand or so per person, you're creating a bureaucracy that doesn't need to be created. This is false labeling. This is not helping with affordable housing. This is driving up the costs of rents for everybody. Now, I understand people need help, but you should think about creating incentives, not creating bureaucracies and cost infrastructures. Also, I want to make note for everybody who's tuned in that might not be aware. We're aware that over 24 units have been pulled from the market in Fairfax, driving up costs, reducing availability for people who want to work and pay for a place to live. The rents have been increased.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mark Bell. So as has been quoted, $50,000 for a case. Why don't you just like have a fund? Like, you know, if we had a marijuana dispensary, we could get taxes, we could put that into a fund and help people pay rent if it goes up. Instead of charging 30 cents a square foot at the parklets, charge a reasonable amount. Put that into a fund. Help that in case you have someone who goes over the state limits for rent control, because there is rent control by the state, whether Fairfax continues on its path or not. We have housing providers who are going to have to raise the rents each year just in case there's a just cause eviction or you know, where they need someone to move out. You know, my neighbor just had to pay $10,000 to have people move out. So if you have a unit for rent, yeah, you're going to raise it to max and put it aside in case you have to pay somebody to move out. It's not going to lower rates. It's not going to lower rents. You talk about 25,000 for software. How much is it going to cost to make the information, the private information that you plan to get? How much is it going to cost to make it hack proof? 25,000, 50,000, 100,000 each year? How many more people are you going to bring in? How many more people are you going to pay? Reminds me of the war on poverty. Somebody figured out that instead of the bureaucracy that was created, they could have just given $30,000 a year to everybody who was below a certain income level, and that would have had a benefit.
Thank you, Mark. Next speaker.
Thank you, Council. Oh, yes, that uncomfortable subject. I would really encourage Fairfax, instead of putting together $50,000 to adjudicate one case, to really come up with a fund with our UUT or these fees, for instance, from the garbage company, to help those most vulnerable. And when I brought forth one of my old tenants from many years ago, Sheila, there is no safety net for her. And here is somebody who, for the last 40 years in his community, has paid her taxes for a community. And those taxes that we pay aren't necessarily for our day to day. The reason we get to go to school and the reason we have a road is because the generation before us paid those taxes. She's paid those taxes, but when it's her turn and she needs help, there is no relief or equitable relief in any of the laws that you guys have passed. So her next stop, she's looking at being homeless. And so I really think if you have a law like this, you look to really protect the most vulnerable. I think tonight, the presentation provided to you by both Michael and Philip was exemplary. I think it's something that I hope you guys will really consider and look at. The fact that you did not provide banking in your ordinance, that will require everybody to maximize the rent rates every time they can. When you're clipping somebody's wings and then giving other people raises, that's being very subjective, again, subject to challenge. But instead of getting out of this adversity between your constituents and tearing this town apart, it is a place, and Fairfax should be that place. We could have a conversation and say, how can we protect our most vulnerable? How can we understand these expenses coming on? How should they be passed on? But your laws have not provided that. So I really encourage you to really go back and just erase these and start all over and listen to Bruce's comment. Bruce had a great comment saying, you can't just change this in one day because then there would be mass evictions. And I think that is very valuable. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. There's no one else in the room. We can go to Zoom.
Before we do that, Mayor, we're at 10 o'clock.
Sure.
So I think maybe I'm alone here, but I think we need to keep going.
Press on.
So I would make a motion to keep going and not continue any items to the next meeting.
Is there a second? Yep. Ackerman. Okay. Okay. Motion Kohler, second Ackerman. Can I have a roll call vote, Christine?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Blash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler.
Yes.
Mayor Cutrano.
Yes.
All ayes.
Okay. Motion passes. Thank you very much for keeping time. We'll go to Zoom.
The first speaker on Zoom is Johnson.
Yeah, this is Johnson Reynolds. I live in the Canal area. I don't live in Fairfax. I've lived in different communities in Marin, and it's been very difficult to pay for a place based on the salary I had of $40,000 when I was working. And so the struggle is to find places for workforce people, for service work people that can afford to live here, work here, and live here. I mean, 60%, we know that 60% have to travel to Marin and don't live here. That's an issue. People of color, seniors on fixed incomes, disabled people. And it's been said by so many that we can't afford to live here. So go ahead with this ordinance now, I think, because the longer you let it go, the more people are going to be faced with having to leave their apartments, leave their face homelessness, moving out of the county, whatever. I know it's important to have the whole people at a ballot measure do it, but we need to have some renter protections and as well as stabilization happening now as much as possible, because otherwise people now are going to be going to be out because they can't afford to pay what they need to pay. So please listen to those people. Other communities are doing it. Fairfax can do it as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Tuna Fish.
You know, it might be prudent to wait for the election before spending a lot of taxpayer dollars on this and setting up a system that may not, happen. It's like, there's the cart before the horse and there's the horse, and I don't know. How about a suggestion here? What about considering 1% of home sales, the profits of a home sale over time, goes to a fund to buy community housing? Consider for every 100 houses that might be sold in our town, we could have one house of community housing stock. And you could say, 1% is a lot, but after expenses and whatnot, there's some wiggle room. There's certainly been a lot of profit and appreciation over time. As for the person's comment about, working with your hands and whatever, lots of us have worked with our hands our whole lives. And, personally, I've never had one day of paid. I've never had one paid day off. I've never had one day of paid vacation. I've never had one day of paid sick leave. I've never had that kind of work. It's always been like, self-employed, working for myself, my back and my hands. So personally, I think the ordinance is a bit one-sided and a bit drastic on top of, it's been said before, but the mom and pops. We're not corporate REITs, and we're not like, deep pockets. There are a lot of people scraping by and that have been in Fairfax a long time, and basically it's our retirement too. And you've basically changed the rules pretty willy-nilly and all at once without a real lot of notice. Not really a lot of chance for people to abandon ship if they really wanted to. And this, for a lot of us, it's our home and it's our community. And it doesn't need to be a division and a war between, the homeowners and the renters. Some of it's been created, and not all landlords are evil, although some landlords are evil. But then some tenants are evil too.
Thank you, Sierra. That's your time. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rick.
Good evening, council. 364 days ago, rental stabilization just cause 1.0 was approved. Within 30 days, there was substantial objection, and that was already discussed. And on October 6th, rental stabilization and just cause eviction 2.0 became in effect. We really need to stop kicking the can down the road here, because through implementation, you will get the feedback necessary from actual real cases that will help you decide what rental stabilization and just cause eviction 3.0 might look like. If you wait for a year, a lot can happen in a year. You need to get into implementation immediately, because October 6th is when we heard from all sides and a decision was made. Stalling is not an option. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Liz.
Hi, I'm hoping that you will hold off on this. I agree with the presentation that Michael Sexton made. I just think you might end up spending a whole bunch of money on something that you didn't need to do. My feeling is, I look at it exactly opposite that Rick just said. I think that it's not like these things aren't in effect. So landlords are left to their own devices. The renters, if they meet the requirements of the Legal Aid of Marin, they'll get help there. I think they get help regardless, because Legal Aid of Marin has been so supportive. But you might find that, oh, gee, there were like 2 cases all year. Maybe we don't need to make this huge, big implementation project. Maybe we can look at something a little less. And that's, of course, depending on what happens next year with the election in November of 2024. But I think you ought to hold off. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Liz.
The next speaker is PJ.
Hey, thanks. PJ Pfeffer speaking solely on my own behalf. As an individual, just want to reiterate my support for the council implementing these ordinances as quick as possible. You know, we've heard a number of messages over the past year against these ordinances, few of which actually deal with the substantive facts. Instead, you know, we just continue to get the same belligerent insistence about economic data that shows one thing, when in fact, studies and research shows the opposite and does support rent control. You know, I to a recent article in the Washington University Law Journal by an associate professor there about this. There is a strong basis. I'd also like to highlight California's history with using the ballot box to delay and frustrate the normal legislative process. That's part of why referenda votes have to happen immediately after measures are passed to block the enactment of the law. That way, laws can't just be perpetually held hostage every 2 years by immediately after passage putting a ballot measure for an election 2 years out. The council shouldn't wait for that to happen here, to go ahead and implement the law that has been passed, to hold off, you know, frustrates the legislative and regulatory scheme we have in California. Also want to highlight the concerns and quibbling about all the costs here, but not a lot of people are factoring in the cost to the town, including to the people who want to, quote, save Fairfax of state mandates coming in if this derails our housing element process. This is one of our programs.
Thank you, PJ.
The next speaker is Joe.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. In terms of, I just want to first, thank you for passing these ordinances, and I'm in terms of the staff direction in regards to the costs associated with the implementation of the renter protection ordinances. You know, as I stated the last time this group brought this item before you, the only responsible use of staff resources in regards to this request is if the research is used to bring back a resolution for implementation of the ordinances. It appears that this is an area where both landlords and renters want basically the same thing, a staff report to come back on how to implement the ordinances as part of a resolution for implementation. It is long past due for the town to fully implement these laws that have been on the books for nearly a year. Both tenants and landlords need clarity about this. Tenants rely on full implementation for the laws to be fully protected, and the town will not absorb any of the costs related to implementing and maintaining the ordinances, as those costs are covered by per unit fees as clearly stated in the ordinances. It's getting to the point where not wrapping up this last piece of the ordinance is creating an opportunity for an ongoing disruption to the council doing business. There are important items that need your addressing, and this monthly grandstanding by the Marin residents is having a negative impact by delaying important projects and business. It's time to pull off the Band-Aid and request a staff report for resolution for the implementation of the ordinances and provide clarity to all, and let the town business proceed. And for the Marin and the Marin residents will have their beef settled in November 2024 as they requested. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Casey.
Thank you. I live in the unincorporated in Marin County, down in Sleepy Hollow. The county has a mandatory tenant and landlord registry as part of their ordinances, if you will, through this type of implementation. That's a great process for them. They got it started early, and they're gaining metrics right now towards what's going on in the county limits. And that's what I urge you to do as well. Even if you can pull out those portions and get this thing started so that you have now in the second year, at least something moving forward. Additionally, now they know how to add housing units to their arena numbers because they know what newly built rentals are coming onto the market if they're JADUs or ADUs. So it's really helping in that respect. So maybe the lastly, I'll just echo something that one of the San Anselmo public speakers in the last meeting at the town council last week said, and that was, he was a landlord, and he said, it's really not so much about the money. It's about not making it complicated for me as a landlord in what you're trying to do. So if there is still the ability for you to remove, as you did once already before, some of those complications, I think it would be more towards a middle ground on all respects of this. So thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Naomi.
Hello, Council. I just want to echo some of what others have said before me here, Joe, Rick, TJ, Susan, and others about moving forward with implementation. It does feel like it's really that time. We've been through this process. You all have been wonderfully calm and amazing at hearing so many different people's thoughts on this. There's a lot of information that has been gathered about how to move forward with this, and it's time to start implementing. The longer we go on without implementation, the more we'll have confusion and opacity and a lack of clarity for both landlords and renters. And as it's, always been, in my opinion, this has never been about evil renters or evil landlords or anything like that. It's simply about appropriate regulation to ensure that people don't lose their homes in a housing crisis. And now is the time to make steps forward. So thank you so much for all that you're doing. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Well, all right. We will close public comment on this item and take it back to the dais here. I have a bunch of comments, but is it okay if I say a couple things real quick? So super grateful for another petition on the item, partially because I think it mirrors what the town council discussed in September, which is that we would not implement the ordinance until we had an accurate timeline and a projected budget for the implementation costs and a declaration of responsibilities to any contractors or consultants or vendors, which would be presented to the public with a staff report that might come presumably even before a formal resolution comes if there's data. But that's something we actually talked about a couple meetings ago. So it's great to keep talking about it. I think one of the challenges in talking about it, I'm realizing as we have more petitions on it, is that more numbers continue to come into the mix here, and it makes it more confusing for people who want to do the right thing. So in that regard, I mean, we have estimates, assumptions in our current budget of, what we might anticipate or what we could expect based on the initial groundwork that staff had done. However, I'm realizing that so many numbers were thrown out tonight about, 100K to 160K to 220K per year, and then $50,000 per case. And I'm realizing that there's so much, dare I say, disinformation, deliberate disinformation about how this might take shape, how this could have taken shape, things that we discussed as a council. Yes, there was a council subcommittee that brought this to the full council after asking some of the initial questions and trying to figure out how to get our mind wrapped around what this could look like, after checking in with partner agencies about what a pilot would look like, where Legal Aid of Marin would waive costs, what a pilot would look like, where Marin Community Foundation would contribute monies to stand up the concept and see how it works. I think at this stage, it's really frustrating to have some of these numbers continue to be used. Take, for example, the $50,000 per case number for the 4 incidents number that was used, which I'm glad, on the one hand, there were numbers that were brought forward as it relates to contract services for a hearing examiner, one that we could conceivably contract for services with the Berkeley Rent Board, who has trained hearing examiners. And then there was another dollar projection or possibility as it relates to legal aid. But then, so there's that on one hand. Then there are the number of incidences, which, as we had mentioned before, were initial assumptions based on our evaluation review of data from around the state. I feel like we're talking about the same thing meeting after meeting, so I apologize, but I think it's good to just correct for the record, like what exactly had we been talking about at that time. And I recommend anybody who's interested, go check out meetings over the last, 1.5, almost 2 years now. We've been talking about this almost month after month, but the thing about the 4 incidences and the way that number gets mangled and then shows up as $50,000 per case misses the fact that we're talking about a program where you have this multiple step. It almost looked like a game board, the map that we had, step by step, how a landlord or how a tenant would move through a process for petition, for a fair rate of return for their rental unit, or to petition saying that there was an unfair increase of rent in a given year. And I think what's missed with these numbers that have been brought forward tonight is that the program had assumed that there would be a larger number of landlords and tenants or their designees or whoever it may be that would come to the town or come to a contractor with the town and ask some of the initial questions. What's the 75% of CPI? What are the, here are these different pieces of the just cause eviction ordinance. Can I get more information on this? And that would cost money, that initial process, that initial touch point with a different stakeholder in the community. There might be a second touch point, which is based on accessing that information. Someone says, I'm going to actually go forward and I'm going to file a petition as a tenant or a landlord. I feel like I need to make a little more money because something costs a little bit more, big water bill, and I can't hold that by myself. I need to pass some of that on to my tenant, or a tenant saying too much, right? They then go to that next process. They fill out a petition and that's submitted to a hearing examiner. A hearing examiner hears the case and might make a decision on the case. This is all on our website, by the way. All of this decision tree had been worked on over the course of half a year, maybe longer than that, to try to figure out, like, how do we wrap our heads around what each of these steps would be and what the costs would be and how many people we might assume take advantage of each of those given decision steps or decision points. But after the hearing examiner, some people might want to appeal, right? So then they come to the Fairfax Town Council as an appeals board. That's the number 4 that we're talking about, that we had talked about, 2 to 4, possibly going through this entire process and saying, no, I still don't feel like I have been heard, or I don't feel like there's been a fair case for me after the initial touch point with staff or a contract service, the petition process and the hearing examiner, the determination by a hearing examiner, and then a possible appeal. All of those things, the numbers of people, the larger numbers of people that get smaller and smaller as we winnow down, as we funnel to an appeal process. That's how we might get to 2 to 4 people that go through that laborsome process. But that is not how you calculate the total cost of running a program. There are all sorts of other things that come with that program that don't get to that final point of an appeal board. And I feel like that's been missed tonight with the information that's been shared, which is frustrating, but it does lead me to believe that we need to have even more comprehensive information in terms of what are the costs if our staff have looked into different contract services. Obviously, we've heard from the community that there's concern about contract services with a hearing examiner from the Berkeley Rent Board or something. I think there's still some confusion about, is it working? Like, are people going to Berkeley or hearing, speaking before the Berkeley Rent Board? I think there's still confusion or a perpetuation of misinformation related to that. But I think there are different services, there are different costs. The numbers that we had in that budget that was approved in July as, possible costs, it might be good to refine those. It might be good to have staff come back and actually share like what are the diversity of services that can be identified. There are a number of other communities that are starting to have the very same conversations. You heard Kevin mention earlier that, there's the county rental registry. What's the cost of that? We have those initial numbers. I think there are more numbers, better numbers, but again, we need to probably get clearer on where we're at with the program, because having more of these petitions and having more of this information come to us that's not entirely accurate or is mangling some of the facts from a year ago or a year and a half ago, I think it does a disservice to the entire community, really. And I just wanted to put that out there and clear the record again. I'm sorry that we have to do it every month, but we're not trying to agendize this every single month. It is important. So I'm glad that Michael and Philip did bring it forward. But those are some of the initial impressions I had just on some of those stats and feeling like, oh my gosh, some of these numbers are now going to get used and used and used. And it's like, an initial hot take or initial touch, like who are some of the services that we initially saw and what were those costs? Like, this is a year later. Who else who are providing these services? We're seeing the number of communities in California dramatically grow that are implementing rent stabilization and just cause eviction and other tenant protections. Over 40 now in California, I think, something like that have some of these local protections for anti-displacement. So I don't know what other services are out there, but I think it would be helpful to get a better sense or a better landscape analysis for the council and for the public and for the folks who don't like any of it and folks who love it. And, so that's kind of what I'm thinking right now. Just hearing this initial, petition. So that's where I'll start the conversation, and then I'm happy to let somebody else take it from there if anyone else has comments. Sure.
Thank you for all of that. In agreement. I've been pressing and pressing and pressing for an implementation recommendation with the comprehensive due diligence that the mayor mentioned. I've been pressing for this publicly. I've been pressing for this in discussions with staff as we were developing the policies. I don't think it's reasonable to have policy in place without it. And we're a year now. We have jurisdictions that have followed. Larkspur and San Anselmo is looking like they're going down this path. And they have done work related to implementation. So I also raised this recently as on the council agenda topic where we talk about future agenda items. I specifically asked this. I have not been told when that's going to be agendized. So I think it's pretty clear where I stand on it. And I'd also like to just ask that the individual who writes our minutes capture some of the specific comments that the mayor just made about clarifying the costs and the erroneous representation that we heard earlier, because that will spread. And we just want truth out in the community so people can make informed decisions when the time comes to vote next November. So thank you. I would appreciate that being captured on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
So I have a couple of questions. I mean, to me, it seems that we have uncertainty out there from some renters. We have FAQs. We have as much as we can put on without having this detail. And I also think for landlords, there's uncertainty. What is 75% of the CPI? And it seems simple, but it's actually not. And so I'm kind of wondering if there's something we could do to start some implementation more as potentially kind of a pilot. And what I would suggest, and I think it was Casey who talked about the registration that the county's doing. I'm wondering if we could do a couple of things just to get this moving, and then and I'll bring up what I think those things are. And then as we get it moving, we will learn more about what it actually takes to run the program, and we can do a better job of actually fine tuning what the cost will be should the ballot initiative fail in November, or should it succeed. We won't have spent a tremendous amount of resources. But so I would suggest that we work with, I think you found a vendor that could do the registration. Let's start doing the registration. I would also suggest that, I mean, we have talked about doing something different than working with Berkeley folks as the hearing examiner. If we can't do that, I mean, I've suggested there are law firms that have people that know real estate, and perhaps that's a better place to go. But what I would suggest is, why don't we have just sort of a case by case for these disputes, you know, rather than, you know, just with the folks in Berkeley, just to start the program off, but only do it case by case. Don't.
Barbara, Vice Mayor, are you suggesting, just so I'm clear, are you suggesting that these options or these opportunities come back to us for us? Are you just saying?
I'm just throwing things out right
because
now.
some of this has already been suggested, just so you know.
Okay, well, that's fine, but they haven't been suggested where I've heard it.
Well, right. That's what we need, a public forum on it. That's what
can
I've
I
been pressing
finish?
for.
And then
You may, but I'm just trying to understand what you're suggesting.
Okay, well, let me just finish. Okay, so the other part of it is we do an agreement, for lack of somebody else, just with the folks in Berkeley, to do case by case dealing with these questions when a landlord wants to raise the rent above that CPI and the renter, you know, so there's the dispute dealing. The council could serve as the appeal body, which we're going to do. And I would suggest that rather than starting to charge the fee right now, that we just don't do that part of it. So what I'm suggesting is we kind of create a pilot for implementation where we take out certain pieces of it. So we do have some certainty for folks who want to know. And I think no matter what we do, for us to go forward with full bore implementation, where we do have uncertainty of what will happen next November, is probably not the best idea, but I think we need to start implementing now. And so I'm kind of suggesting a pilot where we don't charge people the fee right now. We go with what we have. We know that legal aid is still within that 18-month where they're not charging us. And so I'm really suggesting more of a pilot, and we pull out the key pieces. But I think that registration piece, regardless of where the ballot initiative goes or not goes, is going to be important for us to know for a variety of reasons. So that's what I'm suggesting. If it's not completely clear, really, I hadn't thought about this beforehand. As I listened to what renters were talking about that spoke, and also some of the landlords, it came to me like there's probably sort of a shorter than full bore.
So you would be comfortable with giving staff direction to pursue a contract with one of these solution firms that offer a rental registry?
Yeah, I don't think we can do that without agendizing it, but I'm
exactly.
I'm throwing out kind of the idea of, let's get some of it moving so people have certainty, and yeah, that we agendize it, but I'm throwing out the idea of more of a pilot rather than full bore.
Other council member, thank you, Vice Mayor.
Yep.
Other
Sure.
comments?
I'll make some quick comments. So first off, I think we haven't agendized the discussion of implementation. So that would be like a first step, is that the folks who are on the agenda sitting committee might want to think about when we would talk about implementation. And I don't think that's really tonight, although I like the ideas. I think that, of course, getting the one pager up would be really useful to people, and we already discussed that. And then, we pretty much discussed what we were going to do at the last meeting. So I feel like we're just kind of recapping some of this. I think that we would want to develop a budget once we get an idea of what we're doing, in terms of the mini implementation, if that's what we do as a pilot versus a full bore implementation. So that would come later when we're actually discussing this, is the way I see it. A couple of other things I just wanted to note briefly. There are parts of government that are a business, but a government is not a business per se. You can't run it just like a business because it's a democracy. So there are different processes and different regulations in place than if you were just running this as a business. And I know people like to say that a lot, but it's just not the way things work in a democracy. A business is not a democracy. Your employees don't usually vote for what you're going to do in most businesses. And then I did want to note that I just want us to be really careful about using individuals in the community as examples or tools to make our point, especially if they have not consented to be used in that way. We can discuss some of these topics without doing that or putting people on the spot. So I just want to put that out there. That concerns me. And other than that, I think this has been a useful discussion. I'm hearing some really exciting ideas from people, and I'll let it go.
Thank you, Councilmember Blash. Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes. Well, this is an interesting discussion, but I completely concur that it's not agendized. And and I would support getting it agendized to start talking about what we're going to do. Just to weigh in on this, since it's already been talked about, even though it's not agendized, I do like the idea of focusing on getting a registry going, because I like getting some information, and I think that information will help us, as one of our speakers said. So and I've talked with staff about this, but in fact, it's not agendized. So I think we should. And then I'll just make one quick comment about what the mayor was talking about at the beginning, as sort of frustration with the odd mathematics of taking the entire cost of implementation of this entire thing and dividing it by the number of cases that might get all the way to the point of needing a full hearing, and saying that's the only value of it. I mean, that's kind of like, with apologies to our fire department, that it's kind of like saying, well, maybe there's only a couple of houses that burn down a year, and why would we have a fire department? We can just buy new houses for those two houses. Well, there's so much more to having the fire department, including preventing lots more houses from burning down, that those costs are not comparable. So it's kind of like that. I mean, what I would hope, and this is a complicated thing, we all know how difficult this has been, but what the hope would be is that the overall effect of having these two ordinances, when it's all said and done, and when the dust is settled, and when people are a little more settled with it, would be that many hundreds or more of people will be able to have some security and be able to know whether they're still going to be able to live here next year. And that none of those people necessarily go to a hearing examiner, but that is the ultimate primary effect, if this works, is that people have some kind of, we can all settle into a thing and we quit bleeding people from the town because the rent gets kicked up and they can't stay. So there's no way to divide that to do that simple mathematics. Anyway, I would support the idea of agendizing it at some point to talk about implementation, and I would support asking staff to be prepared for that discussion with something that addresses a partial implementation that would focus primarily on getting a registry going, because I think getting some data is helpful, and that takes time, as the speaker said. So let's get started on that and see whether that can inform our future discussions.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Ackerman. And quick question, did you just come up with that fire department analogy on the spot, or were you? That is really impressive, and it was really eloquent. When the chief's right there, it's anything's possible. Okay, great. Well, staff, do you have the direction you need in terms of, it sounds like council wants to agendize the item and talk about it publicly. But do you feel like you have the direction you need?
I definitely will need more information. I need to talk to the attorney because there are certain triggers that happen in that resolution, and I'm trying to conceive of like how I would do registration without the other pieces. So I'm not sure how to get to clarity tonight.
But you could,
but I can definitely bring some ideas back to you and allow you to, have a more robust discussion. I think that's
what would be
I
most
heard.
productive at this time is not to say, come back with a resolution to just start necessarily. It's, we've heard different examples of pieces that people feel strongly about. We don't know the full cost. We don't know who the perfect contractor might be or service provider might be, but perhaps you could come back with, a sort of menu, and after, obviously working with the town attorney to figure out how that works in the confines of the current ordinances.
I think I can do that.
If I could suggest that it doesn't necessarily have to be the case that if and I don't know whether it is, because we're not even talking about it, but if we decided that what we really wanted was just to get a registry going so we could collect data, let's just say, then that could conceivably be done not through the existing ordinances, but just by an ordinance that says, let's do a registry for a while. And then that's it. So you could separate it out from all the other complexities, because I thought I heard you say that there's so many different things that trigger other things in those ordinances that it's hard to separate out doing one part of it. So I'm just suggesting that, maybe we could separate that out with an ordinance or a resolution.
Well, I hear you. I wouldn't want to bring more complexity to the issue. The part that's not codified in here, there is a provision that talks about the ordinances will become effective but not be implemented until a resolution is passed by the council with an implementation date. And from that date, different things flow from that. 30 days from implementation date, this happens. 60 days from implementation date, that happens. And so we would have to be very explicit about the pieces that we're trying to pull out and do without doing the full implementation. But I need to look at it to see how we could structure that.
So you'll coordinate with staff and then get back to us.
Can I just mention that I have some concern, because I know many people I know are very eager about the implementation piece, and I feel that concern too, but I'm also concerned about the timeline we have for the housing element and how much extra time this will take when we are really under the gun to get that done. So, I'm not sure how that impacts the timeline that, we're all hoping to have here about this particular item, because we have this other thing that's really important that goes at least through January 31st.
Great point. Thank you.
Good point.
Okay. We're good?
I think we're good. I just want to make a motion to move our chief's item before item 5. So I'd make a motion to move item 6 before item 5, please.
I'll second that.
Okay, so motion Kohler, second Hellman. Could I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Blash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler.
Yes.
Mayor Catrano.
Yes.
All
motion
ayes.
passes.
Motion
Okay,
passes.
great. So we've made it to that time of the night. Item number 6. Provide direction to town representatives on the Ross Valley Fire Board regarding the funding plan and start date for a 3rd firefighter on certain engines. Interim Chief Mahoney and Town Manager Abrams. The floor is yours.
Actually, I'll tee it up if you don't mind. And
Perfect.
then turn it over to the chief. Ross Valley Fire Department has been working towards having 3 staff members, 3 firefighters on an engine for quite some time. Dan can expand on that. With the station closing in Ross, then it is expected that 2 of the 3 remaining stations will have 3 firefighters on an engine. And the item here is to move forward with the 3 firefighters on that 3rd station, which would be in Sleepy Hollow. Or for Sleepy Hollow. It's actually physically within San Anselmo. In order to do that, because those other firefighters are coming from the Ross station, but that 3rd out of 3 stations, getting a 3rd fire or the 3rd firefighters will mean that all of the Ross Valley Fire Department JPA members will need to contribute additional funds. So the estimate is, and it's all in the packet you received, and I know you all read, it's about $150,000 annually. So that's an increased cost, and the JPA members have committed to go back to their council and ask for direction to go forward with that vote at the board meeting. And then I also just wanted to note that is separate from other costs that are coming forward that we know about. So we're planning for that in the Ross Valley Fire Department. And that has to do with dispatch and also with the upgrade to the fire station that is here in Fairfax. So those are additional costs, and we can talk about any of that, but I just wanted to kind of be transparent that those are also costs that we know are coming. We're planning for them. And the chief wrote an extensive staff report, which I pointed to in my report. So I'll turn it over to him if you have questions or
Before you
you want to
do
add.
that, I think you mentioned the costs around 150,000. That's for Fairfax alone.
Yes, that's correct. I'm very Fairfax focused.
Well, I don't know that everybody realized that,
That's our
it
portion.
carries forward Ross, Sleepy Hollow, as well as San Anselmo would have to contribute whatever their prorated share is.
Yes, thank you for mentioning that, because one of the reasons that this is coming back to each of the councils is because as this comes to the Ross Valley Fire Board, then it needs to be a unanimous vote.
Each increase by member is on page 9, if you want to see that. Oh, okay. You're just clarifying.
I was just clarifying it because
Yeah.
people in the public may have thought that's 150,000 total, which it's not.
Right.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for Heather or Chief Mahoney? Do you have any comments you'd want to, or presentation you'd want to make before we ask questions of you?
No, I think Manager Abrams laid it out pretty well, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions that are in the staff report.
Excellent. Questions from anyone?
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions I know the answer to, but like Barbara, I wanted to clarify for the public. So is it true that we're the Ross Valley Fire Department, we're the last in the county to be at our current state of two on an engine?
Yes, that's true. We're the last department in Marin that has a 2-person engine company.
Okay. And the process will be that every member of our JPA with Ross, Sleepy Hollow, Stan Selmo, and Fairfax, they're all voting on this prior to coming back to the increased cost, that is voting, their councils are taking action to support or not support the increased costs to support the 3 on an engine prior to coming back to the fire department board.
Yes, that's correct.
final
San
action.
Anselmo, I was at their council meeting last week. They voted unanimously to support this. The Sleepy Hollow members have the autonomy to make a decision on by themselves. And I will be going to the Rosstown Council meeting on November 9th to present it to them.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And thank you for being here so late and sitting through this meeting, which had some low moments. Appreciate it.
Not a problem. I've been waiting 24 years for this. So
yeah, I'm
a couple hours.
I'm not nearly as many years, but several. And I'm very excited too.
All good, Vice Mayor?
I just have a couple of questions. So the SAFER grant would have paid for 3 on an engine in one place potentially. Did we have any information as to why we were not awarded the SAFER grant?
Yeah, you're correct. So we did apply for a SAFER grant about 4 months ago. Unfortunately, we haven't received any word back that we were granted the grant. However, I have some inclination that we did not get the grant because it looks like everything has been, all the money has already been used for other agencies. They did offer a 3-year grant for a firefighter position. We haven't yet gone through the process of having our last grant that was not successful evaluated. I did get the 2022 grant that we submitted evaluated. And after we didn't get it, because I think this is the 4th or 5th time we've applied. One of the main reasons why I was told when I went through the evaluation process that we didn't get it was asking for one firefighter on one of our 4 fire engines that we currently have right now only calculated into an increase of about 2.25 firefighters on an engine. So if we ask for one firefighter on one engine, the other 3 engines still don't have a firefighter. And the way they kind of calculate it is they want to see a greater increase in firefighters on all the engines. So ultimately, if we were to have an impact on that score, we would have to go, apply for 12 firefighters. The problem with that is when you apply for 12 firefighters, you need to continue to fund those firefighters after 3 years based on the numbers in what a firefighter costs. And keeping in mind, when I talk about a firefighter, it's 3 of them because there's 3 shifts that cover one fire station. Times 4, you're probably looking at about $2.5 million for 12 firefighters. And so, to put that money back onto the member agencies to fund in 3 years from now is just not something that's obtainable. So we unfortunately kind of have that going for us where we were docked quite a few points.
Okay. And thank you for that. And could we apply for a SAFER grant if everybody votes unanimously for this? Could we apply for SAFER grants in the future? I think you told me beforehand, since you've already created the positions, you cannot.
So once the position's created, you can't really apply to help subsidize the cost of that position. With the current plan we have in place right now, this position would be the one position that we don't have funded currently, because we're going to take the other 6 folks from Fire Station 18 and redistribute them. So we're one firefighter position down, which would be this. I did tell you that before, but now thinking about it, if we wanted to apply for a SAFER grant to move from a 3 to a 4-person engine company, we could do that.
I don't think we're probably at that point, but I do have another question.
Well, and I just wanted to mention, so this distinction between the 3 and the 4, Chief. So Marin generally has 3, but the National Fire Protection Association, their recommendation nationwide is 4 to an engine. That's correct. Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. So we're kind of, I mean, we're definitely behind the curve in the Ross Valley, and figuring that out tonight, hopefully in the coming months. But that's why even someone could contemplate reasonably applying for a SAFER grant for a 4. I mean, the challenge then is you have to fund it after the 3 years.
Exactly.
And for folks listening in, we're saying SAFER grant, and it's mentioned a lot. It comes from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, and it's a Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency Response Grant, or SAFER for short, just because we use the acronyms a lot. But yes, anyway, just wanted to clarify, it's not unreasonable to think about the 4, but right now we're thinking about the 3, and we're
agree.
Yeah, it's good to get some of those questions answered.
So then my last question, and this is probably me just being really ignorant, is so we only have 3 years estimated in our staff report for what it would cost Fairfax. And every year it seems to go up a bit. 147, then 156,000, 164. And then, so every year we would be paying even more beyond the 3 years, correct? Or am I missing something?
Yes, you're correct. So in the staff report, it calls out some of the calculations that were done to get the first 2 years of the costing. And the first 2 years of the costing includes personal protective equipment for those 3 firefighters. So what we wanted to do is be transparent and not just give you all the salary cost of what the firefighters were, but truly what is the true cost. And so we even went as far as building in a personal protective gear cost that we have to purchase the gear, and is fairly expensive. It's about $10,000 for one set of structural firefighting gear, and each firefighter gets 2 sets to have a reserve in the event they go to a fire. They have a clean pair to put on. So right there is $40,000. So you'll see the 3rd year, you won't be able to recognize it, but the 3rd year does not have the PPE costs built in, because we're assuming that we're already these firefighters are already going to have those over the first 2 years.
Well, it's interesting because the 3rd year it's still going up another.
So yes, so the 3rd year is there was a 3% escalator built in it too.
Okay.
For a cost of living COLA, we picked 3. We didn't pick 5. We didn't pick 1. We just kind of picked a cost of living increase in there. And then we also, in all 3 years, we built in sick leave and vacation leave. So if these firefighters were to take their allocated vacation for each year, which is a firefighter, I think is like three or 4 days a year, we'd have to cover their position. Well, those overtime costs were built in there too. So it's a true cost on how much it would cost to hire these firefighters for the full 3 years.
Okay, and just one last one, and then I'll stop. See, that woke you up. Is what about how often do you have to buy new PPE?
PPE. Gosh, there's a standard. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's about every 7 to 8 years you would have to recycle not recycle, but replace PPE. So we have a pretty robust program right now where in the past couple of years, we've been able with the support from the fire board and the managers to increase the budget a little bit, to catch up on our PPE, to make sure that we're continuing to recycle and outfit our folks with the proper PPE. So
Okay, thank you very much, Chief.
I have one other question. I don't know if my colleagues do, but since we were just talking about staffing numbers and 3-person engine company and standards and things like that, I think there's plenty in the staff report that speaks to, how it affects response time or how it affects how firefighters or EMS on site, actually collaborate to get the job done in an efficient way for the community. I was wondering also, we talk a lot about this at the fire board level, but I don't think it comes to the community enough. The fact that currently, because of the 2-person engine company, we actually are not able to respond to partner agency things, thinking of like San Rafael. I was wondering if you could speak to that a little bit, because I feel like that is another one of these, like, it was a wow moment for me as an elected when I first learned about it. But it's another motivation for making sure that we're kind of all working from the same, strategy countywide. But
agree. Yeah, you're correct. So San Rafael Fire Department, we are not on their response for a fire engine to go assist them in a fire in their jurisdiction, because we have a 2-person engine company, and they look at the minimum standard of a fire engine company is 3. So we do not go there to help them in that instance. I think there's a number of reasons why they look at it that way. I think one of them is a safety issue too, and they would just prefer to utilize a fire engine from a little bit further away that has 3-person engine company.
Great, thank you. Yeah, that's such a wild thing to think about, but very helpful. Other council member questions? Councilmember Reckerman?
Thank you for that question, Chance. I had not thought about that. And I actually wanted to ask a question that's kind of almost the inverse of that, which is, if going from a 2-person to a 3-person engine, I know there are many times when an incident occurs, and as a Ross Valley engine or 2 are going to that incident, you're also calling another engine from another agency just to come and get there. Would there be maybe fewer times that would need to be done because of having 3 people on an engine, and therefore be a cost saving in that sense? And I'm also realizing from what the mayor was asking, that, because I hadn't thought about that before, but I assume that there's money that changes hands, and forgive my ignorance. I'm not one of the representatives to the fire district, but I assume there's money that changes hands for the mutual aid agreements that you all have. And if the Ross Valley Fire Department is not able to provide the mutual aid that San Rafael, for example, is expecting, then if you did have 3 people on an engine, would there be some income from being able to be that mutual aid?
Yeah, there's no money exchange for mutual aid. It's for us, it's a neighbor helping out a neighbor, and we operate like that throughout the entire county and a lot of the region and in the state of California for a certain number of hours, as far as if we go further outside of our jurisdiction. I think one of the greater benefits you're going to find is that we regularly call a second fire engine to help assist us with even routine incidents that are not emergency incidents, such as somebody has fallen onto the ground and they're a bit heavier than what our two firefighters can do to lift them up. We then deplete our resources by calling an additional fire engine to come help us lift somebody off the ground, which is still extremely important. However, you're now, reducing your response force by 50% when you have 4 fire engines, 4 fire stations, and you're calling 2 of them to help out. So that would be one of there wouldn't be a cost savings there, but it would be a direct impact on increased coverage within certain jurisdictions to continue to provide services.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. And I appreciate you've been waiting for this conversation for a long time, but I've only seen it for a much shorter time. But I will say that 7 years ago, when I campaigned for this crazy job, and talked with you folks, that was the main thing by far that the IAFF wanted, was the 3-person engines. So I'm glad we're having this conversation too.
Thank you.
Councilmember Blash, do you have any questions before we take public comment?
Nope.
Okay. I have one more quick thing, which is, again, like the mutual aid piece of it, the capacity constraints of sending 2 engines to something because each engine is understaffed in some way, or just could have better capacity to make the whole system run better. But I also think about our firefighters and just the overall wear and tear of the job and the strain of the job, and the hustle that is required with 2 folks on an engine versus 3, and just over the work balance, the well-being for our firefighters and our folks, our first responder folks. I just all of those things are so important to hold as we're talking about this important next step. So it doesn't come up a lot in the community, but I'm glad that we're able to kind of dig into a little bit of how the system works. So thank you again. At this time, we'll open public comment on this item for folks in the room, and then we'll go to folks on Zoom.
Thank you, Council. To begin with, I don't think you'll find a better group of people than firemen, just across all trades, and I think that's a pretty fair evaluation. I, for one, would like to support 3 engine or 3 men on a I'm really tired, on a fire truck, or possibly 4. But I think there could be a cost savings also if we addressed it and actually had the engines fully equipped. When we are under-equipped with our firefighters and our engines, we put our firefighters at greater risk of a workers' comp claim and injury. Additionally, there's overtime because we're underfunded with the correct people. I, for one, would like to see more employment opportunities throughout our community by possibly putting 4 people on an engine and having some sort of restriction to the overtime, which would better protect our firefighters from risk and injury of picking up a heavier person. Now, when we go out there, we're also not taking both engines, put them in one place. We in Fairfax are really fortunate to have our fire department and our police department. So I really hope that you'll consider maybe trying to get to 4, and especially if that comes and helps our CalFIR, or however you do that acronym, grant, maybe that would help that also. But just think of the potential cost savings if we're reducing the risk of overtime, reducing the risk of workers' comp, and ensuring our firefighters are available for us. And for full disclosure, I used to be a volunteer fireman for a few years in Larkspur, and it was a killer job. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next speaker, please.
Frank Ager, Cascades. Wildland fire is the biggest threat to Fairfax. Insurance companies are not renewing in Fairfax because of fire risk. Rates are going up 2 to 3 times. Some are being canceled. Now, some are not. They can't even get renewed. They don't have insurance. Fairfax's firehouse has 2 engines, a Type 1 structure rig and a Type 3 wildland engine. Only 1 engine is staffed full-time. Fairfax and Ross Valley must staff up both engines at the Fairfax firehouse during red flag, high fire danger days. Ross Valley should probably try to upgrade the volunteer system too. You know, when the big one comes, we're going to need volunteers. I can remember back in the day, Gene Lestingay driving that old Jimmy, and I was on board with him, and he hollered, "Frank, you make the hydrant." So I mean, one firefighter and Frank Yeager on that engine, that was it. So we've come a long way since that time. But anyway, wildland fire threat, we got to staff up that type 3 during red flag days. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. If there are no speakers in the room, then we'll go to Zoom.
There are no speakers on Zoom.
No speakers on Zoom. Okay, then we'll close public comment on this item and take it back to the dais. And
I'll make a motion.
yes, if we need a motion.
Do we need a motion?
It's provide direction to us, to the fire board representatives.
I'd be happy to recommend that we provide direction to support.
And how are other folks in terms of direction to the fire board members?
Yeah, absolutely. I did actually want to mention something that came up in the last Ross Valley Paramedic Authority board meeting, just because it kind of keys into some of the things that are provided in the report about what firefighters can do if they have more staff. And we looked at a number of stats about what the costs are of not being able to get to, say, somebody quickly, especially if they're having some sort of medical emergency. And just wanted to say proudly that I think our paramedic authority received Mission Life EMS recognition, which is a big deal, I guess. I'm not sure if you can explain that further, but I thought it was kind of excited, and it's really related to cardiac arrest and survival rates. And apparently we're doing well with that, but think about how much better we could do if we had more firefighters. So there you go. I don't know if you want to say any more about what that means, but I was pleased to hear that. I think it's we were told that 20 years ago we were seeing like vastly lower success than we're seeing now in terms of this cardiac survival rate, and largely has to do with the way our paramedics, our firefighter paramedics, are coordinating with the hospital systems and just doing a really stellar job. So just want to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Blash. Any comment, Vice Mayor?
I support the funding plan and the start date for the third firefighter.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ackerman?
I support the recommendation, yes.
Excellent. I think we have direction.
Yes.
So great.
Delighted.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you so
Chief.
much for staying late and being here.
Yeah. And
I
enjoyed it. Go ahead.
On behalf of the department, I'd like to thank all of you for your support. It's a long time coming, and we're very happy to see this support through Fairfax. So thank you.
Thank you for all you do for Fairfax. So thanks. And I would just want to mention before we're totally off the item, there was a comment about the volunteer system. I also wanted to give a plug because we just stood up our emergency preparedness committee in town. If you want to get involved with emergency preparedness, that's one of the best ways up front, doing some disaster prep work. And we have meetings the second Tuesday of every month. So thanks. Just had to plug it. Okay, let's move on.
Good night.
Good night, Chief. Okay, we are on to item number 5, which is adopt a resolution authorizing the temporary closure of Bolinas Road between LC and Broadway for a Chamber of Commerce holiday event on December 15th from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. and approve sponsorship of the closure. Town Manager Abrams.
Well, you basically said it all, but I'll give you some background. So this event was the brainchild from Jerry, who's at the Sonus denim shop.
Sherry Kelly?
Yes.
Yes.
And it was taken up by the chamber, or the chamber gave it a name, which is Fa La 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 Fairfax Winter Market. And the intent is to have a small section of Bolinas closed just for those few hours to allow people to really shop and enjoy, ahead of the holiday gift giving season. So really a good thing for our businesses, for our community, and for the town itself. And the mayor has been involved in planning for that. We had also, in addition to meeting with the mayor and the chamber and Jerry, we've also met with, or I have met with the public works director and police chief to make sure that we're ready in terms of, making sure that the road closure is safe and all planned out and effective. We have the staff to put out the barricades and take them back in and all of that. So just wanted to give you some assurance there.
And quick questions. And also the chamber did also meet with Ross Valley Fire, the fire inspector, Rob Bastianan. I'm so bad with that last name, but I tried. Nope. Bastianan. Yeah. Okay. So, and then the other thing was, I had a question. Are we going to have signage leading up to the event, alerting folks of the temporary street closure for the festivities and the rerouting and all that stuff?
Yeah, there'll be signage up, letting people know that there'll be a detour. There'll be a detour, detour path, which is around, so that it's not going into the neighborhood. It's going around on
The
through
detours
the
bank. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So that's important for people to know. And then we'll put it in our newsletter and do news items and website posts, as will the chamber. So I think people will know about it. And, there's always those folks who come upon, haven't gotten any of that information and come upon it, and they're going to see, barricades and flashing lights. It's going to be very obvious, which I think is good for the event as well.
Okay. Any other questions from council?
Yeah, I'm just, so I think it's, the 15th is like the last night of Hanukkah. So are we having the menorah lighting this year? And is there going to be coordination between those two things?
I haven't been asked about a menorah lighting, so I can't say to that.
Okay. Just
But
curious.
yeah, it is the last day. Typically, the first day is most important. The last day is also important.
Yeah, I just was thinking if we still had that lighting and we were doing it every night, there was
Renee used to work with Mark Solomons on that. So I don't know if that's happened.
I guess one of us could ask.
Any other questions?
Is the name Falala
Fairfax Winter Market.
Is that set in stone?
You can take that up with the chamber.
Okay. I mean,
yeah. Well, we just want to promote it.
Yeah. I mean, holiday shop and stroll might be a little bit less.
It was totally on the short list for sure.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
one of the merchants came up with the current name, as I understand it. So
if I could also just mention, the chamber did check in with the businesses that will have the street impacted, so to speak, and they seem generally in favor of it. So that's exciting too.
Yeah, I got some feedback, and there was the merchants, retailers are supportive. So yeah, it should be good.
excellent. With that, we'll open public comment on item number 5.
Hi, this is the kind of thing we should be doing, supporting our businesses, bringing additional revenue to businesses, and helping people pay their bills. Marketing Fairfax, making Fairfax look good. So I'm glad that this is happening. I'd like to suggest an idea that you might consider. There's probably still enough time to look at this. I don't know with your required procedures whether you'll be able to address it or not, but maybe you can think of a way to do it. There's probably things I'm not aware of that might go into the consideration, but the west end of 4th Street in Santa Fe has lights that go diagonally. Now, this should be a temporary thing, but it might be really fun and create a real atmosphere. I think Cindy Swift should probably be consulted with concerns over dark skies, because downtown is a mixed use area and bright lights might be a concern, but there's probably a way to do it within certain time limits for this event. And otherwise, I hope it goes well. Thanks for helping to make it happen.
Thank you, Todd. Next speaker, please.
Hello, council. Closing down the streets is a great thing for our community, and I think it brings everybody out. So I think it's something that should be uniformly supported. I would also support a small amount of money from our budget to pay for the additional staffing of the fire and the police, so that they can be out there and part of that same celebration, to be part of our community and really be integrated into all aspects of our community, with some people that might not otherwise meet them. So I hope we can allocate some funds to invite them to participate in these events. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on Zoom?
No speakers on Zoom.
Okay, we will take it back to the dais. Just one quick comment on the lights. Totally +1 on the lights. We have discussed the possibility of having lights with the chamber, I think, and Department of Public Works. I think one of the challenges is just the height, like that's such a important thoroughfare and there are height concerns with, like having lights at a certain height and possibly having a box truck or something like that clip the lights or get tangled on the lights or things like that. But do you want to speak more to that, Town Manager Abrams?
Yes, that's absolutely right. So those light poles along Bolinas are relatively short by design, because they're meant to not, basically spray light into second story windows, etc. And so that makes them short. And then when you try to string lights across there, and you've got tall vehicles, garbage trucks, box trucks, those kinds of things, do not want to catch those things. So what we see in other communities, and I think, Mayor, you pointed this out, sometimes, for example, in San Rafael, there's lights in one area, but there are other alternate routes for taller trucks. And unfortunately, in Fairfax, we just don't have those alternate routes to Bolinas.
Are we able to put lights on the poles downtown?
So the Public Works Department puts lights in the parkade, and that happens pretty soon, I think, after Thanksgiving. So we do have lights.
They do put lights and they wrap them up the poles, and the complaints that we've had is that people don't really notice. They're not very showy as compared to those sort of overhead lights, but it's an option.
Okay.
Are we ready to make a motion?
Yeah, please.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion because it's easy. All right. How do I do it? I'm making a motion for a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax authorizing temporary closure of Bolinas Road to allow a Town Chamber of Commerce event. Is that right?
No, it's
No.
not right.
Okay.
Why don't you read it out?
Okay. Here we go. Adopt a resolution authorizing the temporary closure of Bolinas Road between LC and Broadway for a Chamber of Commerce holiday event on December 15th, 2023 from 4:00 p.m. to 9:00 p.m. and approve sponsorship of the closure. Thank you.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion Blash, second Kohler. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Blash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler.
Yes.
Mayor Catrano.
Yes.
All ayes. Motion passes.
Woohoo! Okay, we'll see you all out on the street for the shop and stroll. I mean, the fa la la. Okay. Okay, we will move on here. We've concluded the regular agenda, and now we're on to the consent calendar. The council may approve the entire consent calendar with one action or vote. And the alternative, items on consent calendar may be removed by any town council or staff member for separate discussion or vote. public comment for items on the consent calendar happens once rather than after each individual item. During the public comment period on consent items, speakers may comment on any of the items from the section of the agenda. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes and may only speak once for the consent calendar. And before we open the public comment on this, does anyone have any questions or anything?
I just want to add that we have supplements for item 9, number 12, number 15, and 16.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to call attention and give thanks for items 12, let's see, 11, 12, and 13, which are updates, pretty major updates. And so they're worth taking a look at. There's a lot of good stuff that's going on in town that is just in there in an update. We don't even have to argue about it.
Yeah, I would agree. Could we get that public works update into the newsletter? I think the public would really appreciate that being called out.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
All that's going on.
Just one change to it. When he talks about the system that was done here, it's a heat pump with HVAC. It's not just air conditioning. The other thing I want to point out is I think item 18, there have been consternation about that, and I'm the one who brought that, and I asked for it to be on the agenda. We adopted this at the Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority, and it was really to get things on an even course. We saw some of what happened at the beginning of this meeting, and so I think the mayor told me that Transportation Authority of Marin adopted the same thing, and we need to be consistent. So if anybody wants to blame, you can blame me.
Well, and on the topic of decorum and civil behavior, and the protocols that we've had for some time, I've reached out to the town manager about my concern that the minutes don't reflect the rancor and disrespect that we experience and the disruption and all of that. I understand there's a summary of action items and so forth, but the public comments are, it feels like they're cleansed of the rancor. And I think it needs to be a better reflection of what's happening. I'll just wanted to say that for the record.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing forward the rules of decorum. I think it's great we've been reading, the short paragraph on the meeting protocols and things like that, but it's great to have something more substantial to guide us in these times that are increasingly trying with some of the Zoom bombing and things that we're seeing today. One other comment, I figured I'd just give the comment instead of like on the front end here, is I didn't include it in my council member report, and Lauren didn't capture the action in his report either, but I'm super happy to report that at our TAM meeting, Transportation Authority of Marin meeting last Thursday, we really did look like superstars at that TAM meeting. We had so many projects that had been submitted for competitive grants. And it's the first time in my time at TAM where we weren't just getting formula dollars, but we were winning some of these competitive grants. So we were able to take home $225,000 for pedestrian sidewalk improvements and curb cuts and ramps and things like that, and an additional $82,917 for our update to our Fairfax bicycle pedestrian master plan. So roughly $308,000 for Fairfax on some of the bike ped stuff, which was just awesome, and we were getting lots of kudos from our colleagues around Marin on TAM. And the other thing I wanted to share, and some of you have already seen it, is that we've made some significant short-term progress on the Fairfax Bolinas Road issue. So we had the first step, which was the crack sealing. The second step, Major and Gelati came out there and did some actual dig outs and patchwork. And then there's slurry sealing that's been taking place over the last day or two on sections of the unincorporated side as well. But in addition to that, which has gotten a lot of, again, kudos for the town, for Lauren, for county public works folks. It's been amazing to see how much work has gotten done. And it's all coordination. That's all it is. It's just like getting people in the room together to team up and talk about this. But the other thing that's happened that's super exciting and was announced at the TAM meeting is that Fairfax Bolinas Road reconstruction was top of the list, a tier 1 project for federal IIJA dollars for the President Biden's Rebuild America, American Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity, or RAISE grant. And it is a really complex project, the long-term project of what we need to do to maintain that really important roadway. And it was amazing to see that we're going to have TAM lobbyists, we're going to have county lobbyists, Congressman Huffman and folks fighting to get dollars to bring back to Fairfax because it's on this list as a tier 1 project for Marin County. So super excited about that, and just wanted to share that good news that didn't make its way into my update because it wasn't for sure until the meeting on Thursday after I submitted my report. But,
Just a quick clarification, as I went to the staff barbecue on Friday and Lauren mentioned the good news, and I was delighted to hear about it. But the pedestrian bicycle plan, what is the dollar amount for that one?
It's nearly $83,000.
Okay. And so that is relevant for some of the concerned citizens.
Speed bumps, stop signs.
Yeah, that whole scene.
Bike spine.
Spruce bike path. There's a lot of ideation just happening in the community about how to improve that. And I think, relooking at the bike, the safe routes to school, it's time to do that. So I just wanted to link those two together for people. Thank you. Great work with your representation on TAM.
Totally. Yeah. Shout out again to staff for the heavy lift and making it happen. So more good news to come, I'm sure.
So just a little process here. We're at 11:30. So I'd like to make a motion to suspend the 11:30 rule.
Second.
Okay. Motion Kohler, second Blash to suspend the 11:30 rule.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Councilmember Blash.
Yep.
Vice Mayor Kohler,
Yes.
Mayor Catrano,
Yes.
all ayes.
Okay. And with that, if there's nothing else, we'll open public comment on the consent calendar.
Hi, Todd Greenberg here. You're abusing the consent calendar. The consent calendar is meant for non-controversial items. People should not be leaving during this discussion. People should not be leaving the meetings early. I understand, but then I would like to wait for Ms. Kohler so she could hear what I have to say. You have numerous controversial items on this consent calendar. I would like you to pull items 11, 14, 15, 16, and 18 to allow for the public, the large amount of public that's still here, the 3 or 4 people, to actually discuss these items with you. You'll be denying due process if you do as you did at the last meeting and do not allow us to do that. I'll try to be quick because I know you're going to cut me off and not give me the ability to speak. 11, there's lots to discuss about public works, things that you haven't shared with the public that I'd like to add. If you give me time, I'll be happy to illuminate you and the rest of the Fairfax public that would like to know. 14, the action of an ordinance amending the town's zoning code. You're doing major zoning code changes. This is not a consent calendar item. This needs to be discussed by the public. 15, inclusionary zoning fees. You're driving up the cost of housing to put money in developers' hands with no controls over it. This is not a consent calendar item. Should not be. It's controversial. 16, second reading by title only, major code changes. And 18, you are sneaking in without proper notice to the public, to the gas station owners. You did not send via certified letter the ordinance. You have not given them proper notice. You should not do this.
Thank you, Todd.
I'd like to continue each one.
Next speaker, please.
It's Michael Sexton. Actually, I agree with Todd on most of his points on there. I especially would love to see number 18 pulled, the rules of decorum. In kind of a weird twist of things, actually, I will agree with Councilmember Hellman in terms of the minutes being kind of sanitized. But on the flip side of that, I would also like them to definitely include the public reaction on the video when you guys turn on the volume on the clapping and the booing or the comments from here. Actually, I think that should be included also. So along with reflecting the greater communication on the minutes, which I agree with, I think you should also have the clarification for the other communication that happens during the video, and especially when you guys turn down the volume. There was also a thought about if you have a rules for decorum for the audience, I think there should be specifically a rules of decorum for the council members up there on the dais. There's a lot of behavior that we've noticed here that, you know, isn't necessarily uncivil, but is not the way that I think a meeting should be run in terms of how you interact sometimes with the public. Very terse and a lot of different comments. Again, we have those comments too, but when the audience is shamed into correcting their behavior, I think you need to reflect upon your behavior also up there. So if you guys are putting in rules for decorum for the public, I think you need to have a set of rules too, just like the the justices of the Supreme Court need some rules on their interaction. They don't get a free pass. So I think especially number 18, I think there should be greater discussion on that. And just because other agencies, TAM or whatever, adopt these policies, I don't think it's correct just to blindly adopt them here. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Hello, Council. I also would request that you pull off 16 and 18. And what's really interesting to me, and tell the current council, in the past, if there was ever any opposition, it was always pulled out of respect for the constituents and had an opportunity to speak. So I do think that you're abusing the consent process. As for 16 specifically, I went to the planning meeting and I advised them that should they want to do this consolidated housing or cluster housing to save resources as a ministerial option for development, then that's palatable. But the fact, if you just do an overlay where you also incorrectly listed my property as risk of landslides when I'm pancake flat in your EIR, those are just false statements. And the fact that you want to do this for any 1 acre lot, it's a flat out taking. You didn't give an option for this development. Instead, you just said you're going to take the 75% of the rest of that lot as open space without even doing a feasibility report to look at the cost of maintenance and getting access for a fire. My greatest opposition tonight is number 18, which I'll read to you my last paragraph that I was cut off. But I have to acknowledge too, I had never seen the bombing and the anti-Semitism that I saw this evening, and I've never seen the vulgar words. So when I first read this, I apologize, but I really thought, chance, this was you trying to limit our ability to speak, and I thought you're out of line. When I saw it tonight, I do realize you need some tools to stop such hatred, vulgar language. And so I'll still read my paragraph, but I wanted to really almost discredit it because I do think there needs to be discussion. And so what I said, and this is still true, if I ask if consent item number 18 is a setup against Fairfax Police Department, you try to silence our freedom of speech and take away our rights to assembly. You direct, if I may, you direct the police department to physically eject us from these meetings on your subjective and arbitrary, now capricious actions, all the while knowing that such actions are illegal and subject to challenge of assault and battery in violation of our constitutional protections. It is your want to exploit a video of the police department physically ejecting your constituents so you can then turncoat again and chant defund the police. Do you plan to subordinate your liability and state, well, if the police were stupid enough to do your bidding, they should be sued? That liability would be yours. And I still believe in that statement that I came here, but I would certainly concede that you need some protections and rules to stop the vulgarity that I heard earlier this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next speaker, please.
Frank Ager, Cascades. Pretty tough to do this in 2 minutes. 11 on Public Works quarterly report. Fairfax Bolinas Road is a key north-south connection between Sir Francis Drake Boulevard and Highway 1. Years ago, we received federal funding to repair Bolinas Road and put in new sidewalks, because the fact is the road is in the federal secondary roadway system. On number 14, the prohibition of new gas stations. The last time Fairfax had an application for gas station was 10 years ago. It was denied. Fairfax currently has sufficient legal authority to prohibit new gas stations. Fairfax has a green reputation. The council does not have to greenwash itself by passing a ban on new gas stations. Item 15 on the affordable housing. Fairfax's consultants are using a countywide income average to determine Fairfax's affordable housing numbers. They've included Belvedere, Tiburon, Ross, Sausalito, and Mill Valley, and averaging out what a Fairfax resident can make in order to qualify for affordable housing. Fairfax should demand that their consultant only include the average income of Fairfax residents when determining the value and the cost of the housing. And we talk about affordable housing, it ought to be in dollar amounts, $1,500 to $2,400. Not the so-called market rate, which will be $3,500 to $4,500 in rent for apartments. Item 16, it's over 100 pages and no time to comment on it. Item number 18, rules of decorum. You're not the first town council to try to limit public participation. There's an old saying from council members in the past: if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. Anyone on Zoom?
We have a few hands on Zoom.
Okay.
The first speaker is Philip.
Hi there. Mr. Mayor, you have with your power restricted public comment to 2 minutes, even when there are fewer than a dozen citizens that wish to speak, as was the case at the last special agenda meeting. There is no good reason for this. It needs to be pointed out that you all on the dais regularly ramble on for 15 or 20 minutes, often repeating comments multiple times. If you were to limit your comments to 5 to 10 minutes, as much as possible, there would be ample time for everyone to be heard. Council, decorum is best set by example, not the gavel. Mr. Mayor, you and Council Member Hellman, as I mentioned earlier, at the October agenda meeting, publicly stated I lied about your numbers. I did not. If I accuse you of lying, will I be gavelled to silence? What will constitute loud, disorderly conduct? Some citizens have hearing issues and thus speak loudly. Are jazz hands going to be banned? I assume the middle finger is off limits, but what about the ring finger or the pinky finger? What about the thumbs up if citizens like something? You left out finger snapping, which is supposedly a form of polite clapping. Will this be allowed? I was 86th from the consultant rent control workshop because the enforcer decided a term I used, ass backwards, might offend someone. Will the word ass be allowed in this chamber? How about the term up the wazoo? With the myriad of issues facing Fairfax, I ask that you not add new rules that further restrict speech, because even though you don't want pushback on your agenda, it's really important for you to hear from the residents. Citizens may not always speak the way you wish or use the language you like, but I believe most people that take their time to speak do so in order to make These new rules are the slow creep of totalitarianism. We don't need this. And rejecting these rules will convey to the citizens that the council is listening and willing to work with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Liz.
Hi, you guys. I wanted to just make a couple of mentions about the item 14 about the gas station. Can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
Okay, on the staff report, third page, first paragraph, they talk about, this is something I brought up last time, cutting the time when the gas station can be inactive, because things need to be repaired, for example. It went from 12 months to 6 months. And I pointed that out, and it still made its way into the ordinance, which would be okay, except for on page 4, paragraph 5, the paren 5 of the ordinance itself. It says that the public works director may approve an extension. And I really think the may should be changed to shall. I feel like 6 months, you can really hog tie a gas station if they have a big deal coming through. So maybe you could change that word from may to shall. I think that would be really nice. I just want to say again, I said it earlier, but I think our 2030 climate action plan for 100% carbon neutrality is it's just not realistic. It's kind of virtue signaling, I think. I think we need to acknowledge that that's not possible, and just allow for that. Also, back at the ordinance, sometimes it refers to electric vehicles and sometimes it talks about zero emission. I just want to make sure that we are allowing our gas stations, maybe if they wanted to be changed into some other alternative fuel source altogether, that maybe we would still be able to do that. And the last thing that I just want to mention is, I haven't really paid much attention to your consent agendas because I'm still pretty new at all this, but I have been doing a lot of reading, and it really does seem like other people's complaints about you're using the consent calendar for other things that are definitely not routine, and these things are definitely, some of them are definitely controversial. And so I don't really understand why you're doing that. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Liz.
The next speaker is PJ.
Hey, thank you. I just wanted to talk briefly about item 9. When reading through the council members' reports, I read through council member Kohler's report from the Marin County Council for Mayor.
PJ, it's kind of hard to hear you on our end. I was wondering if there's a.
Yeah, 1 second.
Go ahead.
Yeah, is this better?
Still, I don't know if it's on. Yeah, it still kind of sounds muffled.
Last.
That's better, I think.
That's better?
Yeah, way better.
Okay. Was reading through item 9 and very much appreciate Councilmember Kohler's report from the Marin County Council for Mayors and Council Members, and in particular all the detail on what was discussed. When reading through the discussion of the legislative committee's interested bills and Governor Newsom's signing of what he did and didn't sign, I immediately thought of the fact of the heavy-handed overuse of the veto by the governor. I know there's at least one item, I looked back through the agenda items for that committee, that the committee was watching, which the governor vetoed, despite the fact that he certainly had greater than a supermajority of votes to approve it in the California legislature. The American Prospect.org recently did a report on the trend of governors' vetoes in California, how it's been rampant, and despite the fact that the governor's vetoing things that are even getting unanimously approved, not a single one of these vetoes has been overturned since, I think, 1980. I would ask Councilmember Kohler and this council also to send a message to the Marin County Council on mayors and council members to urge our representatives to have the legislator show some backbone and override the governor's vetoes for overwhelmingly popular bills. He is not a dictator. He's not the president yet.
Thank you, PJ. Next speaker.
There are no more speakers.
All right, we will bring it back to the dais. Just a quick, again, point of clarification on consent. Things like our proclamations are often on consent unless folks are in the room, and then we'll pull them and we'll read the proclamation into the record and provide that to folks. We often always have our financial statements every single month on consent, along with often the approved meeting minutes from prior meetings and our council member assignments and committee reports and activities from the prior month. And we'll also have a treasurer's report, but more and more we're having these staff reports, which are fantastic. And historically, it would be months where we might not hear anything from a staff member at all as a council or as the public. And now we're able to provide ongoing updates on all of these projects quarterly, at least, if not like specific projects in the room on a specific agenda item. So I think that is the primary purpose of this consent calendar. There are other items on consent currently that are items we had public hearings on or regular agenda items for at the last meeting. And these are second readings. So we received public input. We received emails leading up to the meeting. There were opportunities between the last meeting and this meeting to provide additional input, either to staff or council members, or to send an email directly to all the council members. And then there's again an opportunity to comment on consent on any of these particular items again. So just wanted to share that, that's kind of the way that we've been using consent. It's usually for really like truly non-controversial or staff items or administrative items that are informational, or it's for the secondary readings after we've gone through a longer process at a prior regular or special meeting. So with that, any other comments from colleagues?
I just want to say that from what I understand, it's general practice of all councils to put second readings on consent. And there have been times where we have not done that, but everywhere else, that's kind of general practice. Is that correct?
It's a very common practice, yes.
Okay, I'm ready to make a motion if we're ready, or
I can make a quick comment. Well, one, as far as the consent calendar, there have been many times when the biggest complaint that it seemed like we got was that the meetings ran too late. And in fact, I don't like them running until 2 a.m. because it's really hard to think clearly, and we're making important policy. So it's good if we're awake while we're doing it. So trying to make the meetings go more efficiently. And Fairfax is just absolutely stands out among all the jurisdictions. You can probably confirm this, that just having the longest meetings and having the most public comment. So it's just ironic that we're chastised now for not allowing enough public comment and for putting things on consent calendar, which the whole purpose of the consent calendar is to move things along and not have to discuss things that we've
it's
already
not just
discussed.
that, it's what the mayor said. These are for items.
Yeah, a lot of them are not even action items. They're just
And
reports.
I want to just add that Fairfax also has very packed agendas. If you compare it to other city councils, we pack our agendas with pretty meaty stuff. So
okay. Anyway, just one thing on the gas station, and I've said this at the last meeting, and I just want to say it again because it keeps coming up as if the purpose, at least in my mind, the purpose of this ordinance is not about prohibiting gasoline. We're not going to be able to do that by having only 2 gas stations in Fairfax, people would go to San Anselmo. I mean, that's pretty obvious. The purpose of this ordinance is about land use, about how we use our land in town. And there are a lot of costs to having a gas station, including the cleanup that has to be done after it's been there. And so seeing that the trend, regardless of what Fairfax does or doesn't do, the trend is very clearly away from gasoline powered cars. That will no doubt continue. And so it just seems to me like we're saying, as we should, that we should try to not use more of our land in this way when history is going the other way. So it's a land use thing. It's not about trying to control the public. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. So I just wanted to say a couple things. First off, consent calendar. I think I shared with some members of the public the protocols that a number of other towns and cities use around their consent calendar, and it wasn't really that different from ours. I think our consent calendars tend to be kind of packed because we're a super productive town. I mean, I'm amazed by how much our staff does, our council does, and it's kind of like you try to do a nice thing and it becomes an expectation. So you're putting stuff on the consent calendar just because you want to be transparent so people know what you're doing. There's stuff on there that probably doesn't even need to be on there. And so, the whole point of putting it on the consent calendar is to be transparent. There was a comment about, well, why don't you guys talk less so that we can talk more? Well, this is where we do all our deliberation. There's no other place to do that. So we can't make those decisions unless we talk, and we talk to each other here in front of the entire public. So I just want people to keep that in mind. That's why we talk a lot. This is where the deliberations happen. It's not like we come up here having met in private somewhere and then we spring something on you. We can't talk outside of this public forum. That's the Brown Act. So that's why we talk a fair amount. Sometimes if you think about public comment, if there are 6 items on the agenda and 5 people take 2 minutes apiece, that puts the meeting back, a whole hour, which is, probably reasonable for allowing the public to speak. But I think people just need to keep in mind that there are consequences for all of us speaking a lot and needing to speak on everything. The town council does need to speak on everything because we're supposed to be making the decisions on it with the input from the public and, whatever else we can find from the staff reports and whatnot. And then finally, I wanted to mention that the decorum piece is really related to Senate Bill 1100, which is a recently passed piece of legislation that clarifies some things about the Brown Act. And a lot of people are taking this up right now because I think over recent years, and you saw some of that tonight, there's been a real increase in the number of organized groups trying to disrupt public meetings and make it impossible for a town to do the people's business. And I think most of the people in Fairfax would like to have their roads paved or would like to have free people on a fire engine. So I think it's really important for towns to be able to get through that business on behalf of everybody in Fairfax, as well as people in the room. So I think that bill is the state looking for some sort of balance between the rights of the people to speak and the need of the rest of the community to get its business done. And I think even the First Amendment Coalition says they think it's a fair and reasonable bill. And so I appreciated that ordinance or that resolution being on the agenda tonight just because of what happened earlier in the meeting, and it gives us some options for addressing that. So there you go.
Thank you, Councilmember Bash. I believe there was a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar, but including the supplements for item 9, 12, 15, and 16.
Second.
Okay, motion Kohler, second Blash. Could I please have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Blash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler.
Yes.
Mayor Catrano.
Yes.
All ayes. Motion passes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Town manager's report.
Well, I'm reading the room and I think we're all very tired. So I had a list of good news and I think I'll use the newsletter to kind of communicate that out if you don't mind.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah, as long as it's good news. Great. Okay. With that, I believe we're ready to adjourn this meeting in.
What about future agenda topics?
Oh, okay. Future agenda topics.
So I had raised a homeless subcommittee or an ad hoc committee, and I'm just curious where that stands, when we will be able to talk about that. I feel very strongly we need a localized group, whatever you want to call it, committee, working team.
Yeah. We could talk about it at the next agenda setting meeting and see at some point in December if we want to get that on as a discussion item.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then the other item is bike slash helmet safety enforcement. I have talked to staff about this. I believe that we're going to have a tragedy in our town, and I don't know that we're doing everything possible to prevent that. And I'm deeply, 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 deeply concerned about it. And I would really appreciate a forum on that as well.
And maybe
other cities and towns are actively pursuing, protecting.
And
you're talking about e-bikes?
Yeah.
Yeah. And maybe we can do it either as like a special meeting or something. There's a lot on it. For sure.
Whatever.
So,
yeah, I'm totally open. I don't,
because we just had a discussion about it at the last TAM meeting, and there's conflicting positions on it across the county with supervisors doing their own research, with the county and local jurisdictions doing their research, and NGOs. And so it'd be good to have all of those perspectives in the mix. And we need the right amount of time to actually discuss it with the community too. So I'd be open to a special meeting just on that subject or something. Doesn't have to be all night, but
yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Does that sound good?
So can we adjourn?
In memory of Kay Coleman?
Yeah, and I just want to mention, those of you who didn't know Kay was a long-term council member in San Anselmo, and couple of years ago decided to step down from the council. She and her husband moved to Sonoma County. Her husband subsequently died very shortly after, and Kay was a wonderful woman. I'm sorry, I'm gonna cry. She was a friend, and she recently passed away. And she did good work for San Anselmo. Served as a volunteer, led parks. So she was a good friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. With that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.